Call to order the meeting of the mayor and council, Borough of River Edge, special meeting, Zoom meeting, 9 a.m. I ask for a moment of silent reflection and prayer, perhaps for all those who died in the concert in Russia due to a terrorist attack. Ready, salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meeting Act. This meeting complies with the Open Public Meeting Act by notification via the March 1st, 2024 Sunshine Notice, excuse me, containing the time, date, and access information to the town news and the record of posting of the same on the municipal bulletin board and the borough website and filing notice of the same with the municipal clerk. Madam Clerk, roll call.
Councilwoman Kaufman,
Here.
Council President Montesano Cohen,
Here.
Councilwoman Kinsella,
Here.
Councilwoman Malinari,
Here.
Councilman Benson,
Here.
Councilman Glass,
Here.
Mayor Papaleo.
Here. Okay, may I have a motion from the council president and second from the finance chair to open to the public for any public comments?
So moved. Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any member of the public who'd like to make a comment, please raise your hand at this time, and the council finance chair will recognize you.
Does not look like there are any questions.
All right, then. All right, very good. Could I have a motion and a second from any member of council to close to the public?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so we are up to item number 6. First of all, I want to welcome the budget committee citizens for the budget committee who join us. We are very grateful for their presence. We're also grateful for all of our department heads and the public as we try to strike a budget that is that provides all the services and needs for the public and the town and the employees, as well as balancing the tax burden. I'd like to just remind everyone that the town's budget historically is about 25% of the tax bill. So, and in that we provide all of the equipment for our fire, our police, our DPW, our rec, and every other department. We maintain our grounds. We repair and maintain our storm drains, repair and maintain our roads, and the list goes on and on. So that's important to understand our role in the town and our niche in the tax burden. We're about 25%, and we're providing all of that, including healthcare and benefits, in addition to salaries for all of our employees. Councilwoman Kaufman, Business Administrator Apertola, and CFO Chris Baglieteri. Where will we begin today?
Fire department.
All right. Everyone, let's turn. We're gonna do operation first, correct?
Yes.
All right. So let's turn to that tab for those of you who have the book. Chris, if you can start presenting, and as the sheets come up, we'll call for pages. Okay, our procedure has been to look through the budget and as a council and as citizens on the Citizen Budget Committee, and ask about increases or decreases, and also to, if we can, find places to save money. Ken?
Mayor, I'm sorry, could I ask, and you guys decide, but we did a bunch of cuts last week, like to get a recap of where that stood, and before we go into today.
Absolutely, that's an excellent idea.
and see
Uh,
what we're proposed to cost the taxpayers of the town per household.
Excellent, very, very good. Um,
Yes.
Chris,
Thanks, Mary. Yeah, the number, the actual number is 68,699, and that is lower than where we started. The bulk of that, there are two large items. We moved $40,000 out of the Shade Tree operating into capital, and we'll be talking about capital today. And we added $30,000 for interest on investments into our revenue. There are about 8 other smaller line items that all add up to another $1,300 that we changed. The new tax impact year over year based on all of these changes is 4.71%.
okay, so we went from 5.1555, repeating decimal, to 4 point, say it again, give it to me again?
4.71.
Okay, to 4.71. All right. Ken, anything else?
No, I was just, so we're still playing with 100K roughly, Chris, if I remember correctly, 100K plus or minus into this budget adds or deletes 2654 to the number, right?
Correct. The 100,000 is 2654. That's correct.
Okay. So the average home right now, we were talking about an increase, I think, of $228.
We're at 212.63 right now.
So that's the adjustment. Okay, great. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right.
Thanks, Mayor.
Any other member of council wants to ask a general question before we get into the fire department? Or of our budget committee? Very well then. All right, if we could all turn our attention to the fire budget, which has several pages and
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
would it be okay if I can just introduce myself to the mayor and council as well as the finance committee and the people of River Edge, as I am a new department head? It would take me about 3 minutes. I know you have a busy schedule, but I would appreciate it and will explain. Thank you, sir. For those who don't know me, I'm Chief Robert Schlossberg. I'm a lifelong River Edge resident, residing in River Edge for the last 55 years. 3 of my children are also in local police, River Edge Fire, and River Edge Ambulance. They also own homes in River Edge. They are taxpayers in River Edge. I look at the budget as a taxpayer and as chief of this department. I have served this community in various capacities over the many years, including head of the zoning committee, member and trustee of the ambulance corps. I've been president of River Edge Little League, as well as other committees in town. There are many volunteers in River Edge. Our hats should be taken off to all of them. I would, however, like to highlight the volunteer fire department, as these volunteers, as many of you know, are truly special. We come in at time of emergency, in the middle of the night, during holidays, inclement weather. Our volunteer fire department comes to the house to investigate the dangers as others flee. These groups, again, are very special volunteers. In my personal life, I run a successful company that operates in 12 countries. As many of you can imagine, I am working within budgets all the time. I work with people from all different cultures and backgrounds. Communication is key, both in my work and my volunteer duties. I believe that my strong foundation in this community, as well as my shared information, make me one of the most qualified department fire chiefs River Edge has ever had. I believe that my strong communication skills will allow me to explain my rationale regarding the budget. To start, we have operated within our operating budget with the exception of our unexpected repairs of the last year on the ladder truck exceeding 20 years and a fire engine approaching 20 years. Again, with the exception of the unexpected maintenance, we have been within our same operational budget for the past 4 years. Truly a testament to the great job Chief Caridi did regarding our department finances. Many great examples of cost reductions, but most notably, under the tenure of the previous chief, we also reduced our active fire apparatus fleet by 20%. 20% is a huge number. Massive savings extending well into the future by not having to do the required maintenance, testing, and upkeep required on an additional fire truck. Let me also mention one less truck that will be needing replacement down the road. I will also highlight some savings from 2023 to 2024 involving our fire pagers, hose expenditures, no need for additional iPads, no requests for new chainsaws or equipment like fans for ventilations. Simply put, we are not asking for anything we don't need. In short, we come to you with a lean budget that reflects our current needs only at this time. I am prepared to explain the requests we are making. I don't come with a plan to make any further cuts, although we are able to reduce some of the capital budget items. I believe we need to keep our members prepared and, most importantly, safe. If we are not prepared, we cannot be doing our best to keep ourselves safe, and then we can't hold up our end of the deal to the citizens that trust us with their safety. With all that being said, I move forward to the operational budget.
Excellent. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, any member of council or assistant budget committee have a question about the first page, which is currently, well, actually, Chris, I don't think your first page and our first page coincide, correct?
No, they do.
They do?
I've got my worksheet is the entire budget. So I'm just flipping to the pages once we get to different accounts.
Okay. Any member of council, or of the budget committee, please look at the first page, which starts with full-time and ends with garbage supplies. Ask if there, is there any comment, question, or suggestion?
Yes, I think for the uniform allowance, 255-013, we need to add a little. Chief, I think 5,000 would be enough for this year. What do you think?
Yeah, 5,000 would be helpful.
Because we spent about 70 last year, so just need to leave a little extra room in case there are new fire people or the hours go up for the current fire people and so forth.
Okay, Councilwoman Kaufman, so we're at 4-01-25-255-032. From this point on, we'll only refer to the last two groupings, which is 255-032. You want to change it from 500 to what?
I'd like to make a motion to change the uniform allowance from 70,000 to 75,000.
I see.
Just
You're really 255-013
great. Yes.
from 70 to 75. Is there a second?
Second.
It is open for debate, comment, or inquiry. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, so the 70 becomes 75, good. Any item next that any member of the Finance Committee, the Citizen Budget Committee, or the council wishes to modify, question, or comment on? For the public's benefit, this budget doesn't come to us unreviewed. It is reviewed by our CFO. It is reviewed by Chief Schlossberg and the department heads. It is reviewed by our BA. So by the time we get to this point, we have, it has been scrutinized by several groups and people. So I don't want the public to think that just because there is no comment or inquiry doesn't mean that it hasn't been, thoroughly reviewed. All right. Are we good?
Yes.
All right.
Next page.
If we're good, then that means we're gonna move on. So, hold on. Let me just bring up. Switch this. I'm sorry, I have several windows open at the same time. Please pardon me for a moment. Okay. So if we're good, we're going to go to Department of Public Works. Is there
Oh,
objection?
no. Sorry, we're going to the next page for operating.
Okay, Lizette.
So,
Chief Schlossberg had a request regarding personnel that was previously made to the Personnel Committee.
Mhm.
but we didn't have a chance to meet before the budget meeting.
Thank you, Lisette.
Chief, if you want to just briefly give us a synopsis.
All right, basically, we have a secretary that's been with the Borough of River Edge for, I believe, over 20 years. The secretary, Colleen Kiley, she not only works for the River Edge Fire Department, but she also works for the Office of Emergency Management, and she works for fire prevention. She has been, handling all three departments. She's done an exceptional job. She's been available to us not only during the hours that she's supposed to be at Borough Hall working, but off hours as well. I put her in for an increase. I don't have that exact information in front of me at this time, but I sent it into Lizette for review, and I was hoping that we can get her an increase in salary.
Okay, I believe that, I tend to deal with things on a lot of different levels, but I'm certainly on the Personnel Committee. I believe the Personnel Committee had kind of already reviewed this, didn't we, Lizette?
No, we, this request came after our Personnel Committee, so I sent an email, and we just didn't have a chance with
you and I
our
talked
meeting
about it.
schedules to meet, correct?
Okay, good. Lizette, what would be our procedure at this point?
Well, we would need to know, the budgetary impact and, if there is, approval to grant this request or put it on hold until the end to see where we are.
So would that be, would we be consulting with the CFO at this point?
Yes.
Chris, where are we? Chris, do you know the amount that was proposed?
If Chris doesn't have it, I have it, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, let's see if he has it.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up the email. If you have it in front of you, that's,
That would be good. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes, I was looking to bring her to $30 an hour. And in doing my homework, I've spoken to other municipalities in similar roles that Ms. Kiley plays for our department. And what's interesting is, like I said, she's not only just working for the River Edge Fire Department, she's handling the needs of OEM and fire prevention. And both Bill Sanders and Alan Silverman are in line with my request, and all three of us are hoping to get the approval for that.
So the BA and I did have a conversation about this for the council's benefit. We both thought, Lizette, correct me if I misrepresent anything. We both thought that this was a reasonable and basically at market improvement to her salary. And so I certainly recommend it. Lizette, what is your opinion?
That is correct. I also recommended the current salary for this employee is $26.83 an hour. Last year was $26.30. She does not exceed the 29-hour work week limitation for part-time employees. And the salary wage for her position, it ranges from minimum wage to $30 an hour, and the request was actually for $31 an hour. So those are the statistics that I have for the governing body to consider.
So the governing body, based on our current ordinance, can approve $30 an hour, and then if it wishes to be revisited at a later date, it could. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Could I have a member of council move and second it, and then we can enter into debate and discussion?
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. It is open for debate, commentary, and discussion. Any member, I'm restricting this to the council at this point. Any member of council who would like to ask a question, make a comment, or enter into debate?
May
Chief,
I-
how long has
may-
she been
may
in
I-
oh, sorry, go ahead, Barry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Lisa.
I just wanted to confirm, Chief, how long has she been in the serving the Borough of River Edge?
I believe over 20 years. Lizette, do you have that information?
I don't have it on hand, but it's at least 20. I think between
I think
20
it's
and 22.
22 years.
So
Yeah.
to me, it's a
Wow.
no-brainer. She's a dedicated service person to the town, so it's a no-brainer for me. Thank you.
Barry? I mean, Councilman
Yeah,
Benson?
I concur with Lisa. I think I trust the chief. He's doing a great job. He's been helping this town so much over the years. And if she's as important as he says she is, then I would trust him to make the right decision. So I support this raise.
I can add that also she's exemplary in her work and her commitment to the town, her historical knowledge of the departments that she works within and for is amazing. So hearing no other requests for comment, I will open it to the Citizen Budget Committee. Any member of Citizen Budget Committee would like to ask a question or make a comment? Hearing none, I will put the question to the body. Council only. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? Hearing none is so moved. Chris, I don't know which line item that would require a change, but it is implicit that since the council approved it, that line item would be changed to that degree.
Excellent. I'll change the fire salary and wage account for the part-time employees.
Okay. Is there anything else? We can go page by page, but because Chris's page is well, Chris, maybe they do. Let's go to the next page, which starts with air tanks and goes to training. Is there a comment, question, or a suggestion? All right, let's move to the next page, which I'm sorry.
I think someone just coughed.
Let's start the next page, which starts with membership dues, which is 255-044 and ends with honors and badges 255-166. Is there a question, comment, or suggestion? All right, let's go to the next page, which starts with parades, and I'm just going to give the last group 167 and ends with tablet maintenance 175.
Chief, do we need the tablet maintenance number 175?
175, the tablet maintenance.
The cost has been zero the last 2 years and it was.
Yeah, you know what? We did get 6 new tablets in. I'd probably feel safe just keeping that number in case anything was to happen. They were just installed this week, by the way, in the apparatus and the 3 chiefs' cars. So probably just to be safe, they're under warranty, but I'd probably just feel safer just keeping that number in there.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, next page, replacement group 180 and down to cadet junior fire program 191.
I would recommend for motor vehicle repairs that we, oh, did someone have a question?
I don't, yes,
No, you
Ken, go
were
ahead.
going on the same line as I was, Michelle.
Okay. All right, we're in sync. Vehicle repairs were 61,000 last year, and I spoke with the chief yesterday. I would recommend moving that up to 50 from 35.
Okay, why don't you make that as a motion
So
and
I
put
make
the
a motion.
entire code in.
Okay, I make a motion to change line 40125255184 from 35,000 to 50,000.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Ken, do you wish to offer a comment?
No, I was just going the same route. I saw the high expense and I'm wondering why we were under budgeting for a higher expense, so.
All right. We are open to debate, comment, or inquiry. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, anything else on this page? All right, let's go to the next page. Special Ops Team 192 through LoSAP Fire 300. Okay, let's go to the next page, which is actually just the total. Page after that is, I believe, the justifications. So I believe we're done with the fire department. Finance Chair, Councilwoman Kaufman, are we good to move on?
To capital for fire, yes.
You want to do it that way? Okay. All right, everybody, in your books, I think capital is in the front. So you want to go back. It is the third tab. Chris, if you could also bring us to capital. Give the CFO a moment. While he's doing that, I know that our, hold on.
Jason, did you have a comment?
Yeah,
Yes, that's it, our superintendent of public works. Jason, I didn't see you because you were in the upper left-hand corner. I missed you. Go ahead.
it's okay. Thank you, Mayor. I was wondering if we could just run through all the capital first, because the decisions on capital really affect my budget, especially when you're talking about the mechanical ends and everything else. So if things
So-
aren't approved, I would have to raise some of the other areas.
In that case, Councilwoman Kaufman, I would recommend that we return to the agenda and finish with the operating budget and then go back.
Okay,
All right. All right, Chris, I'm sorry about that, but we're gonna go on to Department of Public Works.
No, time out. I was
Chris,
wondering if we
Jason?
could do the capital first, not the operating, because then the capital is gonna dictate what the operating might have to go up to on, especially when you get into the mechanical
So you're
and
talking about
building.
increases in salary due to capital. Is that correct?
Not salaries,
Oh.
just general operating budget.
Yeah, so like if vehicles aren't replaced, then you would have to make adjustments in the mechanical line to maintain the current fleet.
Buildings as well.
All right, all right. All right, that sounds good. Chris, again, we're gonna jump back. Jason, given that this is a change in our agenda, are you comfortable with us starting with the fire department, or should we start with police, or should we start with DPW?
No, you could start with the fire department, the way you guys had it laid out. Just as long as we can run through all the capital before we get back to operating.
Okay. All right, so we're starting with fire department. I see that we have a grant built in to one of the fire department elements. But I don't see past open space. It looks like the screen is cut off a little bit. Chris, can you do something so that we can see all the way across the line?
oh,
All right.
Yeah, is it, do you have the window of the people in front of it, or is
the
it
people
not?
window. Yeah,
If we move the people window, is the full screen shared? It should, the last column should say debt authorized.
Ah, my bad, because it's all black and I didn't notice that. Okay, thanks. That helps. There we go. I can alter that as I run the meeting. Give me a second. Okay. And there we go. All right, my bad. All right, so Chief, can you please speak to the request you're making?
Okay, let me just want to pull one thing up here. Let's see. Okay. Okay, we did get a grant on the turnout gear. We put a request in for $30,000. We can adjust that down somewhat due to the fact that we were successful on that grant. The good news is we've done a big job with recruitment. We'll probably be averaging one new firefighter over the next 4 to 6 months. So that's 6 new firefighters. That was probably not figured in our overall gear amount, so I don't want to reduce it too much. So I'd bring that number from 30,000 down to maybe 20,000. And then taking the grant into account, we may be able to reduce it next year a little bit as well. but 30,000 to 20,000 on the turnout gear, if that would be okay.
Okay, so let's do the whole thing and then we'll go back and make a motion. So so I'm penciling in, changing 30,000 for turnout gear to 20,000. And keep going with your budget.
The pagers I have to keep where it is now, but the good news is, looking at last year's budget meetings, we had it at 6, we cut it in half, and we were asked if we can keep it at half that amount. We also have an experiment going right now on other ways to be notified, and we may be able to eliminate the pager amount going forward, but for now, we got to keep it at that $3,000 number. Mobile radio replacement, that is got to stay where it is, only because there's been changes with the county, and we need to upgrade some of those radios and have them flash so we can communicate with other municipalities. So 20,000, I'm going to say, is something that's needed.
Go ahead.
The ladder truck, we just discussed the repairs that we had last year, looking at prior budget meetings in 2023 and 2022. These are things that we were discussing with regard to the ladder truck. It's still in good shape overall. It's not a danger to our firefighters by any means, but we do have to start looking at putting some money away. The Finance Committee and several council people were in agreement to this over the last couple of years. We just haven't done anything. And eventually, it's going to come due where we're going to have to get this apparatus ordered. Like the prior chief mentioned last year, no one has a crystal ball when we're ready to order it, what it's going to cost. However, if we were to replace that vehicle today, we're looking at a 3 to 4 year wait. And, somewhere between 1.7 and $1.9 million to probably replace this truck.
Okay, keep going.
The command vehicle, right now we have a command vehicle that's 10 years old. It's in excellent shape due to the fact that the DPW has done a great job maintaining it, as well as the prior chiefs that have used it. The mileage is low. Unfortunately, there are too many hours on this vehicle to keep it a frontline piece. The fact that we took good care of it, I do need it to pull a second boat. I do want to use it to bring firefighters to training. I would allow it to be used by OEM as a second line piece if we were to get the first line piece, which I feel is important. So I'm going to ask that we keep that number in at $85,000.
Keep going.
Now, some good news. The chief, my assistant chief and the past chief of last year, who happened to be the same person, we did a lot of work to get the base stations that we're looking for and to eliminate that $30,000 number.
So you're saying that we can eliminate the base stations?
Yes, after a lot of hard work, we were able to accomplish that and get the base stations without asking the town for any money.
Okay, and last part?
This is a utility vehicle that we're going to need to pull our boats. Like I mentioned, we would use the second vehicle would be the old or the command vehicle that we're currently using today would be used as a second line piece to pull the second boat. The utility vehicle would be used to pull our main boat. Two boats always go out at the same time whenever we go out to make a rescue. And that utility vehicle will also be used to transport firefighters to training. We've been doing a lot with training, as many of you know, and we can't always get everybody on the fire trucks. And then if there's a call and the 4 pieces of apparatus are out, since we did eliminate the one piece that I mentioned, I'm looking to replace that with a utility vehicle. The cost being $75,000 versus a fifth line apparatus that we eliminated would probably be 10 times that amount. So yes, $75,000 for the utility vehicle.
Okay, Chris.
Thanks, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, Chief, on the turnout gear on the first item. we're reducing it from 30 to 20, but is that in addition to the grant, or is that, so the grant is going to be the 23,462, and we got informed that we received the grant, but we haven't actually gotten the award letter physically in hand yet. That's always delayed. So that's why I just have it as a placeholder right now. So for this capital ordinance, I just need to make sure that I have the number inclusive of the grant. So if it's 20, should this go to 43,462?
My feeling is I think we've done a great job over the years in replacing the gear when it's needed. We've really got a good handle on that, better than a lot of municipality fire departments. I think we can go to 20 and then even have a possible savings next year. But I would ask for the 20 and keep that 23. We don't know exactly when that's going to come in, and I don't want to run over that number.
Okay.
Chief, is the grant simply for turnout gear?
Yeah, and when we mention turnout gear, we got to include the helmet that goes with that, as well as the face mask, the hood. So yes, that's for strictly turnout gear and everything that's related to turnout gear.
And is the grant specific to this year, or can it run over 2 years? In other
We
words,
ha-
does it remain open so that we can use 20,000 this year and 3,462 next year?
We haven't received the agreement yet. We only received the announcement. The agreement itself would have the term.
And so with this, would it be a wash, Chris, or is it really 43 and we're getting 23? How is that working for the public and for the council's edification?
I think that what I would do for now is if we're going to keep the 20,000 in the capital, since we don't have an actual award letter, we can't include the grant in our ordinance. We'll likely be introducing our ordinance within the next month. So if we don't have a grant agreement in the next month, we'll just have the 20,000 of turnout gear in the capital ordinance. When the grant agreement comes, we're able to do a budget amendment, which is in our operating budget, to appropriate that grant. It's called a Chapter 159. I know that we've all seen those resolutions over the years. Once the budget's adopted, it's just the methodology to modify the budget to include grants that we receive later in the year. Once we do that, you do have an appropriation for the additional 23,462 in turnout gear. So that'll carry both the 20,000 and the 23,462 will carry forward into future years. The 23,462 will obviously expire depending on the grant agreement, but the 20,000 will carry on. So depending on the timing of the purchase, you'll have an aggregate of 43,462 available to purchase. If you do not need that much, my recommendation would be we would draw down from the grant first, so we can receive the reimbursement, and then anything that's left over in capital, we could carry over to future years, or we can cancel it if it's no longer needed.
Good. So for the public's benefit, what we're doing is we're not able to count the grant right now. So that's why we're putting the 20,000 in. But we are going to, accounting wise, place in 20,000. If the grant comes in, then we'd have 43,000, and we can use that towards the benefit of tax reduction this year and or next year. Chris, is that a good analysis?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so we're talking about reducing the 30,000 for the turnout to 20,000 and reducing the 30,000 for the base station to 0. That would be a reduction of 40,000 for the budget. The chief feels that that's possible. Now, does the council wish to weigh in about anything else in this regard? Certainly we can revisit if we have to, but I would rather discuss it while the chief is here. Please be aware that our current capital budget is 2.8 million, which is a bit high. Councilwoman Kaufman.
So we have a very, very heavy capital budget for the next 3 years. You looked at the summary pages. Chief, of the 3 vehicles that you're requesting funding for, which do you feel the most strongly about for right now.
I mean, with the repairs and everything that have taken place with the ladder truck's still in good shape. I just want to make us aware that if we do put this off this year, we're going to just have to probably put away more money in the upcoming years to accommodate that truck. The good news is, the prior chief as well as the members are going to get probably 30 years out of the ladder truck, which is good news, instead of 25 when most of the apparatus is replaced. So we are going to buy ourselves 5 more years of use with that truck, which is a good thing. And I think with the maintenance that we did last year and some of the PM that we're scheduling this year, that's going to even help keep that truck going. But at some time, we're going to have to start putting some money away. If it's not $350 this year, as mentioned last year and the prior year, maybe we just put away something just to be safe. And then that will help jumpstart us putting away money each year moving forward.
Okay.
I mean, to answer your question, the command vehicle is important and so is the utility vehicle. I think where there's room, we can do something with the ladder truck. 2033 is when we're going to have delivery on that truck. And, we'd probably have to have it ordered by 2029. So we're in 2024 now. There's still 5 years. Chris may have some ideas how he's going to make this magic happen for us over the next couple of years. But I just want to make you aware that we should just start thinking about the truck. You have all done a great job talking about it the last 2 years, but we got to start figuring out how we're going to make this happen when we have to order it 5 years from now.
Chris, do you want to comment
Yeah, so I mean, to everybody's point here, this is a question of confidence in our future capital budget, right? So I know in the past couple of years, we've had some large expenses. If we're confident that those larger expenses are going to be behind us, it would give us the opportunity to put more money in future years for things like this, for these one-off purchases rather than these larger projects. With the building repairs potentially behind us by the time we get to 2030 or 2029 when we need to place the order, you don't necessarily need to be linear with the amount that you appropriate each year. What we talked about in the finance committee is even though we're appropriating this money, the cost to the town in the year that we're appropriating it is just that 5% down payment. I'm not going to borrow the money. We're not going to be sitting on $350,000 in cash for the next 5 years while we wait. I'm not going to be paying interest on that money. So it's really just setting up that appropriation as a placeholder so that you can continue to do it and you can pay your 5% down payment in tranches rather than all at once. However, if we have a large or a couple of large projects that we're putting in, as we have in the last couple of years, for whether it's emergency items or building repairs and renovations that we're not going to have in the future, that gives us the opportunity to fill in that gap with maybe larger appropriations for the truck in the future. So, using the chief's example of 5 years at roughly $350,000 plus whatever the inflationary increase in the cost of the truck between now and 2029, it's probably going to take that long to come up with that appropriation if you do it linearly. If you put in 0 this year, then again, to his point, it'll probably need to be $500,000 or $600,000 every year for the next 4 years. Or you can have one large appropriation 4 years from now for the full potentially $2 million to appropriate that truck in 1 year. So it's really a question of what we feel our capital budget's going to look like over the next 5 years, and whether we think there will be a lull in some of the more larger expenses that we've been incurring over the last couple of years.
And Chief, you said the command vehicle has over 100,000 my hours. Was that what?
No, I'm just saying with the idle time that vehicle's had, over the last 10 years, I mean, it would probably be as comparable when talking to people at Chevy of like having a vehicle that would have over 100,000 miles on it. But again, we've done a great job taking care of it, maintaining it. And, I'm looking to make that an important second line piece. We have firefighters going to the academy right now. If we take a trip to the Bergen County Fire Academy, you'll see most municipalities give a vehicle for the firefighters to take their classes. Our members take their personal cars, and we shouldn't have them putting their gear inside a personal car. So there is a use for that vehicle. And like I mentioned, if the vehicle's not being used by the fire department, we can make OEM happy and they can use that vehicle. So we work together, the departments work together. The new Tahoe is important. And then having the current Tahoe that we have now as a backup vehicle will make things just a lot better how we operate as a fire department.
So,
Councilwoman Kaufman, do you have a recommendation for this line item?
so I would recommend that we fund the 2 vehicles, mobile radio, pagers, and turnout gear to the level discussed previously, and remove the ladder truck for this year, because we, again, have a very, very heavy capital spending budget for the next 3 years.
Okay. Are you going to make that as a motion? So in a motion, you'd be saying, the ladder truck would go from 350,000 to 0?
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
It is now open for debate, discussion, or inquiry. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Now, I think that this is a prudent decision for now, but I think next year, at the very minimum, we need to put 85,000 in. The reason I say 85,000 minimum is because if I heard the chief correctly, he's looking at the replacement vehicle to be about 1.7 million. Was that it, chief?
I'll be honest with you, I would say somewhere between 1.7, 1.9. And keep in mind, though, we do have a value also on the current ladder truck. I don't know what that number would be, but because of the shape that the vehicle's in and the maintenance we're doing now, I would think that we're going to get, $250,000. I mean, for the vehicle, if we were to sell it or trade it in.
So I understood that, and because I've been here so long, and I think it was good that you summarized that for the public, because sometimes my thinking is a product of the history that I have, but it's better to say it. And so thank you for that. So the reason I'm saying 85,000 is I anticipated a trade-in. The chief said 1.7. The 1.7 is probably a minimum number, not a maximum number, but you have a trade-in. And so what I did on my calculator is I did 1.7 times 5%. And so, Chris, correct me if I'm if I'm wrong, but 5% or the amount that would have to go into the budget would be $85,000. So next year, I think what we have to do is start with a baseline, if at all possible, and I think it might be possible, not this year, because this year has been very difficult, of 85,000, and then we can work on from there. And as Mr. Baglitteri has said, if our capital items get better under control, we don't have as many big projects, which I'm hoping we won't, we could fund a good portion of it in its last year. And with that in mind, the question would become, well, then how do we afford that? Well, we don't go immediately out to bond, as Mr. Baglitteri said. We put it in our budget, and then we bond as we go. In other words, as we need, so that we so we don't create interest payments that don't need to be created. Chris, my analysis, is that pretty much online? Is there anything you need to tweak in what I said?
Yeah, if we put 85,000 into the budget next year, not the capital budget, but the operating budget next year, that would get us the full $1.7 million appropriation, because that's the 5% down payment that we would need to be able to support that. And then you would have that appropriation available. It would be sitting on the books until 2029, and at 2029, the chief will have to get a new quote for what the vehicle costs at that point. And then you would have to appropriate anything additional, plus or minus, at that time. But that would give you the ability to do that.
And if we can't do the full 85 in the operating budget next year, we could do a portion of it. As long as, because what the public may not understand is a lot of what happens is constrained by the operating budget. So if we can start putting money in the operating budget up to that 85 or $90,000, which is that actually frees up the ability for us to finance things later. Now, we do have a predicted debt payment, but in any case, this is all speculation right now. We never know what the future will have for us, but it is a possible financial avenue to take, when we can discuss that next year. Councilwoman Kaufman.
Again, I would just say the next 3 years are very, very heavy in the capital spending plan.
That's
So,
why I'm talking about putting it in the operating budget, building up the operating budget's down payment portion, the 5%.
Okay, I would recommend.
I'm not talking about putting it in the capital. I'm talking about putting it in the operational.
Okay,
Build up the 5% so that when we finally have to,
gotcha.
and
Okay,
that takes the pressure off the capital a little bit. So it's just another accounting tactic to try to reduce the burden on the public and control our overall expense. It may or may not be appropriate next year, but I think it's something we should seriously consider. And Chris and Lizette, if you can take that down in notes, and the finance committee, and we can see if that might be an avenue that might help us move forward through the more trying times that we're currently in. Okay. All right. Did we, I think we had did we have a motion? Did we have a vote on the alteration to the capital?
no,
No, we've been in debate. Okay, we've had a motion and second. Is there any more discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, any opposed, any abstention? Okay, so we've reduced the capital budget by what looks like $410,000. Is that correct? Chris?
Sorry, I was on mute there. Yep, that sounds right.
All right. No, my bad, my bad.
Is it,
390?
390, yes.
390.
it's 350. It's the partial,
30.
the 30.
My
for-
handwriting was a little sloppy. My 30 looked like a 50 to me.
Okay.
Yeah,
390, yes.
so we reduced it 390. Okay. Let's move. So right now we're done with fire, both salary and wages side and the capital side. Is that correct?
Yes,
All right.
thank you so
Chief,
much.
I just want to thank you all for your time and allowing me to explain everything. The volunteers are counting on me to report back that, we're appreciated, and it just means a lot to the department, speaking on their behalf.
Oh, Chief, thanks for saying that. And we really, really are so grateful for all the countless hours that the fire department puts forward. Our volunteers show up 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you, Chief, I believe are the highest in response to calls right now. I think you're in the 80% tile, aren't you?
Listen, me and some of the other guys, we're lucky enough to work locally, so it makes us readily available. But yes, I make more than my share of calls.
We're really, really grateful. Thank you to you and to the other chiefs and to the captains and lieutenants and all the firefighters.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Shall we go to police next? Would that make sense? And we'll leave Public Works for last.
Sure.
So we'll go police, rec, and then Public Works. Jason, does that make sense to you since you asked us to change our procedure?
Yeah, well, yeah, you could do that.
Do you have a better suggestion, Jason? Because you had asked us to do this because of its impact on your operating budget.
Well, yeah, well, we're gonna go all the way through it and then go back to the operating. So really, it's all depending on how you guys want to handle who goes first, who goes last, and how you guys want to set that up.
All right, well, why don't we go to police at this point? Chief, if you'd like to say a few words, feel free to do so.
Sure. Just, thanks for everyone being here. I think, you know, I put together the budget request for both the operating and the cap. Hopefully I defined it well in my documents that I've sent. I did have a couple questions from a couple of you here or there. I believe I answered them. And I think that myself and the team here that I have are running the department very efficiently. You know, I'm just looking for the things that we need to continue to do that.
Okay, Chief, could you go line by line for the public's benefit as well as for the Citizen Budget Committee and the council, and just explain the amount and the item and why it's at that amount?
Sure. So we'll start off with the patrol vehicle replacement. Normally, we're getting 2 radio cars for the patrol division. We run 4 cars around the clock, 24/7, and generally those cars last about 2 years. Last year, we only received 1, we received 1, and we received a couple of other cars in other parts of the fleet. So that was the give and take there. It is concerning to only get 1, and we have to be careful with that, because if we go too long, then I'm coming back and I'm asking you for, you know, 3 or 4 line cars. The line cars are the most expensive. They're bigger cars. We're using the Tahoes now, and to equip them cost a lot of money. However, they're running well. What we found is that the Tahoes are doing better than the Fords and the Chevys, and we're happy with them. So what we're looking to do is to get 1 again this year instead of 2. But what we're also looking to do is to not add, but replace our much worn out traffic cars. As everyone knows, all you have to do is look out your window probably, and you're going to see traffic detail somewhere in town. PSE&G project is basically in total will probably be a 5-year project. It's a great project. I think it's just you have to tolerate it and deal with the streets being dug up. But on our end, we put out 5-6 cars a day sometimes, and we even see cars from out of town when we can't get the manpower or they need more than that. Those cars, we haven't had details like this. I'd have to go way back to remember when we've had this many cars going out every day, and they're taking a beating. So what we're looking to do is replace, again, 3 smaller cars, the Chevy Trax. It helps us even with our green initiative. We've never done this before, to go to smaller cars, because we can't when it comes to the patrol fleet, right? Because those cars, they have to be simply put beefier. They take a beating, and they wouldn't last if they were smaller cars. But we can, and we looked at, and you know, I give a lot of credit to Jason, you know, going over this with me and taking a look at it, and Pete, the mechanic. I'm always confide in these guys because they're the ones who take care of the fleet. And we agree that if we get 3 of these smaller cars, it'll take care of the ones that are just dying and going out there. Jason, I'm sure he'll tell you and that's again why he cleverly put us in this order, because if we don't get these cars, he's going to have to increase his lines for the repairs quite a bit. And these little cars, we're getting 3 of them, basically 3 of them for the cost of a line car. That's how, you know, we went as small as we could, as cheap as we could. They just have to roll out, you know, minimal equipment. We're going to put a radio charger and lights and a sticker on it. We're not equipping them like a regular radio car. All right, so that's the replacement program for the cars. Ballistic vests, they've gone up a little bit because everything has gone up, and we've kept that, and I've kind of made up the difference just with my regular budget, but it's getting to a point where I've had to increase that a little bit just because the vests are going up. Basically, that pays for 2 vests at $3,500. That's how expensive they are now. And we have a very pretty, we do very efficiently replace our vests. They have a 5-year life expectancy, and obviously they're very important to the officers. And vests are safety to the officers in many ways. People just think it's for getting shot at. Certainly that would be the ultimate, but vests also protect us even when we're, you know, getting in a, you know, physical altercations or even car accidents. Those vests do a lot of protection. The radio computer equipment, we have a great program with that because those computers, again, they last about 5-6 years. So by getting one a year, and that's how much they cost because again, nothing's cheap, right? So those are something that those line cars, remember we have 4, we have one or 2 backups. So we keep those computers in there and it really phases out perfectly. You know, those 6th year comes and those things need to be put to sleep. They're just shot. The traffic cones, we did go up a little bit because we're going through more, you know, traffic cones and signs because we're going through more. They take a beating out there. The guys do a great job making sure we get them back, but nonetheless, they're getting run over and we're using more than ever because of all the traffic details. All right, and just a note on the traffic, you know, the details. Just remember, we've been clearing, and I'm going to be very conservative here. You know, after the officers are paid about $250,000 a year that comes back to the borough. So over the lifetime of the PSE&G project, we'll clear over $1 million, bringing that back to the borough. And that's conservative. All right. So with that, yeah, you got to buy some stuff to make continue. But we did bring, and we will continue to bring that in for 2 more years. Lastly is the communications desk. And, you know, it's my 4th time. This started with Chief Caridi. It started as a huge, let's do the whole thing. And then we broke it down. I broke it into thirds when I became chief. You know, the first phase of the portable radios for the officers. And we all agreed we had to get those done for officer safety. The next phase was the radios then for the desk itself. And they took a while to come in just because of parts and, you know, the way ordering things goes. So that's ready to be placed in now, but I've held on to it because, you know, I'm hopeful that I can get this passed because we actually worked in reverse, right? Generally, you want to put your console into your desk and get everything done and then put the new stuff in. So if we continue in this order, if I put that equipment in, we're going to have to take it out again sooner or later. So I'd rather not do that. The desk, the desk itself, as I explained in my writing, or, you know, the justifications, it's not just the cosmetic desk anymore. It's talking about the alarm systems that we use here internally at the police department. They're starting to fail because they can't even do anything with it. It's close to 40 years old. It's this old wire system. All right, and you know, the desk houses all of our computers, the radio systems, so many things that it takes care of. And we need it to work. I don't know any other thing in town that works 24/7, where it's somebody's there 24/7 every day of the year. All right. So we've got our life out of it, guys. And I think it's time that we take care of it. And the price goes up, as you can see. It's gone up a little bit because of the contractors, but it got increased because of the new borough hall, where we have to connect with them with the alarms. Now, I know we haven't ironed that out completely. Jason and I were just talking about it, but I do know there's going to be additional cost. Basically, what we're looking at additional cost right now is to put the heart in, so that we have a heart that'll be able to perform enough to take care of the borough hall once that alarm system is figured out. So that's our cap. And going forward, you know, Michelle, I know you said how we have heavy caps going forward. You know, for the police department, we're going in the other direction going forward. Again, short of something that comes up that we'd have to go for, but you know, we're at a little over 3. Next year, we're down to 2. Year
Yes.
3, 4, and 5, we're down to 145. So I listen. I only spend money on what we have to, guys. Just as Chief Schlossberg said, I'm a resident in town, I've been a lifelong resident, and you know, taxes are important to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Can I ask you a question? How many cars do you have right now?
So we have the 4 line cars to go around the clock. There's 2 cars after that are used as basically as backups, but and used for, you know, we're having our class 2s come out of the academy soon, so they're going to need cars. And then we have the admin cars, which would be my car, the detective cars. So that's 3 or 4 more. And then there's probably 7, 8 traffic cars. Some of those are just their life is basically they're shot. And the class 3s that you see at the schools, we're pushing out 2 cars right now for them, and we'll have a third going to the middle school. But those cars, you know, again, Jason and Pete do a great job. You know, we're not sending them over in new schools in new cars. Those are the 3 where we basically just got to get them to roll in front of the school and look like a police car. So, and that's what we're doing, guys. I'm not replacing, you know, anything that doesn't need to be replaced.
And we said, and the finance committee and our CFO, we've discussed that we can use some of the outside duty trust money to offset some of this capital spending
Right.
needed for the police department. So the patrol vehicle replacement will be 100% covered by outside duty. And then we were also discussing the other day, 50,000 of the communication center update could also be covered by outside duty.
Great.
Brings down the debt requirements by almost $200,000. Does anyone from council have a comment on this? I think it's reasonable, given that we've covered a lot of it with the outside duty.
Michelle, may I ask you just a procedural question? The 145,000 is listed in our book as, but the 50,000 is not. So, Lizette, I believe we need a motion for the 50,000. Is that not correct?
You could have a motion and obtain consensus.
Okay. But before we do that, let's see if there is anything else the council wishes to comment on or offer as suggestion.
I do have a question for the chief, Mayor.
Sure, go ahead.
Hi, Chief. Just so we're saying that with the vehicle replacement, we're getting 3 smaller cars, right? That's what you said, 3?
One car for the patrol fleet for the cars we use around the clock, and 3 smaller Chevy
Or
Treks. So Jason will be able to, you know, we'll get rid of cars that are shot, simply put. And again, now we have cars under warranty, and he's, if he wants to chime in, he knows better than anybody now. He doesn't have to, you know, add money to the repairs, and
Sure.
he can count on the warranties,
Sure.
those type of things.
And what is the life expectancy of those 4 smaller cars? Because you said that
So
there
the
were
3 smaller cars,
yeah.
so it is new for us, but
Right.
what we're doing with them is, you know, they're going to leave headquarters and go on traffic details. So I expect them to last quite some time. They're not getting pushed around like our radio cars, which, you know, simply put, those 4 radio cars, you know, what else to put it, to take a beating, because those guys have to go up and down curves, they brake and they accelerate, and, you know, they're carrying equipment. So but these little cars are just gonna go out and go to a traffic, and again, less gas, less emissions. The green, you know, the green people that are for the green team stuff should be happy when they see these little cars out there, and not the big Chevys or Fords out there idling.
Great. Thank you, Chief.
Jason?
Quick question, Chief. The cars that are gonna be leaving the fleet, do you get anything back for those, or do you put them up for resale, or they're just gone?
Yeah, they go out to auction. They'll go to, you'll see them parked down by the DPW eventually, outside the gate. You'll see some of those old cars, just like Jason's old trucks, and eventually they're just auctioned off. But, you know, there's not much left to do with them. I know years back there was individuals that would buy them from movies, believe it or not, just use them to, you know, do whatever, crash them or whatever. But because they're shot, they're you know, the miles on them are generally 3 times what you see, because of the way the car idles, right? You see a car idling out on Boga Road, it idles for 10 to 12 hours. You got to keep all the equipment running in the car. So that idling car never drives more than a mile to get to where it's going. But it's as if it was driven, right, for 12 hours. So the engine's screaming.
Okay,
Okay,
any
thanks, Chief.
member of council
Sure.
or the Citizen Budget Committee? Jason, you want to chime in? You don't have to, but the chief was talking about, how these replacements are important, in regards to your budget. So if you'd like to, you can.
Yeah, Mayor. So just so everybody knows, the chief is correct. We have 4 frontline cars, 2 backup cars to them if they're ever down or broken or out to repair. We usually have 7 traffic vehicles. Right now we're down to 4 because 5, because two of the old traffic vehicles are now sitting at schools, for that initiative. So what this is gonna do, if you only get 1 vehicle a year for a fleet this size, you're not going to be able to make up the difference in cars breaking down or going out and to be able to replace them. Then, like the chief says, you're going to have to get more of these full radio cars that are costing you $70,000 a car. What this is going to help us do is keep the cars at the school, fill in the holes that were left from the school cars, and get 3 cars for the price of 1. So it's not only helping us there, it's helping us, like the chief said, with our operating budget when you're talking about repairs. It's also working with the green team. It's bringing our emissions, it's bringing us back into a little bit better with the emission laws that are coming out and to help them with the grants. It's not electric, which is very expensive right now. It's also not a hybrid, which is very expensive right now, but these do qualify in that same realm. So instead of us burning 5 gallons of gas a day, these cars will burn like 1, and the emissions are going to be so low. So it is a good way to go. It is a great way to maintain the fleet, and working with the chief, we were able to break the patrol to traffic. So, and the other good thing is once the Explorers have met their life expectancy, they'll be the last cars that go out on government deals. We're going to be able to rotate these cars back as long as we keep them under a certain amount of mileage back to the dealer so we could do flops, so we can get money back for them. So
Okay.
Thank you, Jason.
Councilwoman Kaufman.
I just would like to thank Superintendent Melito for his tremendous hard work figuring out a really, really good way to help us meet our environmental goals and keep our costs down. Thank you.
Well done. Well said. Any other member of council or the Citizen Budget Committee? So what we have right now is just one motion before us. If I could ask the finance chair to make that motion to reduce the overall debt authorization from 200,000 to 150,000 based on an other trust for the communication desk update.
Yes, so I would make a motion to approve the police capital budget and however, adjust the other trust for communication center by 50,000.
Okay, could I have a second for that?
Second.
All in favor? Is there a debate? All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, so we've now reduced the overall capital by $440,000. Let's go to actually, Jason, we'll leave you for last if that's okay with you. Are you comfortable with that? All right. Administration, computers and IT equipment. Would that be the clerk or would that be you, Lizette?
That would be me. It's a simple request. Our IT consultant recommends that we maintain a balance of 12,000 in our account to address any need for replacing computers, screens, and any other IT equipment. We currently have a balance of about like 9,600. So this 2,500 would be to make that balance whole.
All right. Is there any objection? All right, then we're gonna move on. Let's go to hold on. Yes. Let's go to Phil's Jason, you'd be facilities improvement, you'd be road, sidewalks, and curbs, you'd be, but parks and fields would be you and Joe, correct?
That would be more Joe this year. It used to be both of us, but Joe has taken the lead in that. I will assist him in whatever he needs, whatever he needs.
All right, great. Joe, why don't you just introduce yourself to the public and speak to your items?
Hi everyone, Joe Recca, the Recreation Director. Been coming up on my year of being in this position. And basically, what you're looking at is some projects that were talked about prior to me coming in. At KBG and Memorial Park especially. As you can see, we also have some grant money that we are sitting on right now. But we are really trying to make these projects whole. With the KBG, with the pickleball courts especially, bringing into town, but with the pickleball courts, come having to replace batting cages, which the pickleball courts are planning on being in the area, and overall KBG needs a lot of work with the entire structure of the field. And then Memorial Park, we have some grants for playgrounds. We need to redo walkways, and the biggest project would be the drainage, which needs to happen first before any other projects can be done.
Okay, so you've dealt with the first and third. We're gonna leave tree planting out, of course. Any member of council or from the Citizen Budget Committee have a question, a comment in regards or suggestion in regards to KGB Field and Memorial Park?
I think we wanted to recommend that KBG would be pushed out a year so that we can apply for a grant to do that work. And we could actually do the sprinklers sometime in the fall of this year, regardless of that.
So how would we want to change capital in that regards?
I think take it to 0, right? Is that correct?
That is correct. And this is timely because with the Bergen County Open Space Program, we have to submit a letter of intent by the first week of April. And then the application is due like first or second week of May. So since we have this information, we could be prepared to submit a grant to help offset the cost and hopefully receive 50% of the construction cost through a grant and minimize how much is taken out of open space or the need for debt. Because as you see with Memorial Park we can't count the engineering costs, but the construction cost is completely covered through grants that we received and our open space. And of the grants received, part of it is from the local recreation improvement grant for $70,000, and then the balance is from the Bergen County Open Space Grant.
Okay, so let's take it one piece at a time. So we're looking to zero out the KGB field line. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
And that would have an impact on our debt authorization of a reduction of 162,000 if approved. And that would mean that the trust other and the would not be drawn on at this time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And it means that the Section 20 costs would also zero out, correct?
Yes.
Could I have a Councilwoman Kaufman, who is Finance Chair, would you make that motion? Simply
So-
say so moved.
So moved.
Okay,
Oh.
is there a second?
I have a
Second.
question there.
That will come as soon as we finish seconding it.
Okay.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, we're open for debate, inquiry, or comments. Councilman Glass.
Is my understanding correct that the pickleball courts that we have now at the library or that we had this summer, that will be maintained again for this coming summer?
Yes, that is correct. April 1st, they'll be up and running.
Okay, thank you.
We had hoped to build the pickle courts this year. That had been our plan, but due to grants, due to cost of KGB and everything else, we're gonna have to put it off for another year. All right, is there any question, comment, or inquiry? All right, for this only, for the KGB field, we have a motion and second. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right, now, so we have zeroed that out. Now, the Memorial Park, how are we changing that, if anything?
I don't think anything, correct,
Okay.
Lisa?
Correct, there's no need for change. Like I had previously mentioned, the construction is covered through grants and our open space trust fund. So the only debt that's being authorized are the section 20 costs.
Okay, sounds good. All right, so now we need to move to tree planting. Liz, Jen, are you here? Camera on? Jen, I see your camera's on. I need Liz.
Coming,
Yes,
All
we're
right.
here.
Now, all we're gonna do is talk about the request for $54,000. So would you introduce yourselves both to the public and speak to we, in the book, we have 19, but now we have 54, and that was because last time we wanted to make sure that we were doing it according to accounting best practices. So if you can introduce yourselves and speak to that.
I'm Liz Stewart, Chair of the Shade Tree Commission.
Okay.
I'm Jennifer Dougherty, one of the Shade Tree Commission members.
Okay, Liz, you have the floor.
Okay, so, well, Jen, why don't you start? Sure, so we want to break down the 54,000 request, just to be clear. 40,000 would be for planting 100 street trees, and 14,000 would be planting trees in our 3 parks.
Okay. And why is the parks a priority? I know that we are on a negative incline with street trees. Why wouldn't we put 114 towards street trees and nothing towards parks at this point? That's a question I wanted to ask. I had hoped to ask it to you sooner, but I wasn't able to get to that. But if you could just talk to that.
Yeah, we lost, I don't know if Jason talked about it in his, but we lost several large trees that were over 100 years old in Memorial Park and the Arboretum. Brookside Park is always kind of a work in progress. I know there's a lot of construction going in that area of town, so we're holding off on working with Jason for those areas to see what his plan is. But for Memorial and the Arboretum, we lost 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 large trees in Memorial Park and 2 large trees in the Arboretum. And I know we're going through the MS4 stormwater tree removal replacement ordinance. And that state ordinance is trying to move boroughs and towns towards replacing canopy cover that has been lost. And that's being translated to, as you know, different properties. But, to set the example as a town for our residents, if we're coming up with an ordinance like that, we should be following it also. So replacing canopy cover for these large trees that were over 30-inch DBH each. Usually in an ordinance like this.
Liz?
Yeah.
No, let's not use acronyms, DBH.
Oh, diameter breast height. So it's the width of it at 4 feet high. So the size of the tree. So the size of those trees in a typical ordinance, you'd replace 4 trees for every 1 large tree like that, those sizes. They were larger than that. But so if you say you're replacing 4 trees per tree removed, that gets us to where we need to replace in our parks. We have an elderly tree population in Memorial Park. We're doing construction now, so I don't know what the plans are, but we may be losing more. I don't know if trees are incorporated in that plan, but that's where our thought is.
Okay. Councilwoman Kaufman.
So how many would you want for the Arboretum?
Well, the Arboretum, we lost a large tree in the 9/11 memorial, which also I think we'll have to talk to you of who we have to collaborate with that. I don't know who's doing that, if it's just DPW now or a committee. But that's an aging tree population. There's a lot of construction going on residential behind that. So we don't know, that area really needs to be replenished with maybe 4 trees. And then there was a large willow lost behind the Arboretum. That should be replaced with probably another 4 trees in the area to replace the canopy cover. And then we lost 2 trees adjacent to the parking lot that we planted with that grant money that we do need to replace. It's on the wall between the 2 parking lots. So we need to replace those 2 trees. They're smaller trees. And then we had, yeah, so those are probably 4, 8, those are 6 trees in the Arboretum. Memorial Park would be 6 times 4, at least 24 trees.
But I thought what you said here was that we were looking to do, oh, I get it, 40 plus 14, so, okay. Follow-up
Yeah, and
question?
we're always trying to, every time we plant, because we don't plant every year, we try to we try to restock trees in the parks, anticipating the loss of other trees that are older, that we know will come down. So we're trying to replace them a little bit at a time so that they can grow a little bit. That's a good tree practice. It's a good tree program, just to keep replenishing, knowing that we will be replacing that older population.
Follow-up question? If not, I'm gonna go to Mr. Councilman Benson. Councilman
Thank
Benson?
you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Liz, for everything you guys do, keeping our town so green.
Mhm.
I just had a quick question. You were talking about replacing trees. You kind of inferred that just now. So most of them, when we're replacing them, those older trees are dying, or it's a construction. What happens to these trees?
They're mostly in decline. I would say what the willow actually blew over. That blew over. It's a wet area behind the DPW, I think. I'd have to ask Jason specifically, but I believe that's what they said. There was an old white oak behind 200 Adams along the 911. That one was just declining a lot. There's a lot of construction in the backyard, but it was declining. So it was dropping large branches into a backyard. So we had to remove that. There were another one in Memorial was up against the backyard, had been declining. So I'd say most of these are declining trees that, because they're in park areas and open spaces, we have to remove them.
So they become dangerous. Is that what happens?
I would say, we don't use the word dangerous anymore.
Let's not do that.
Risk, high risk,
Okay.
because it's a populated area. We have people there. So the DPW does a great job of maintenance. They go in and prune every year and then when needed, but sometimes they need to be removed. Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilwoman Kinsella.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Liz and Jennifer, for all that you do with the shade tree. I just had a quick question on replacing the trees in the parks. Do you work with Jason and now Joe on where you replace the trees, put the tree replacements at beforehand, before planting?
We do. We try to work, we give them a plan. We try to plan that out ahead of time. Usually it's one of the recreation members that we meet with, and we can meet with anyone from there. Yes. So we coordinate with them. And then with DPW, we usually coordinate with whoever the tree supervisor is at that time. And then Jason, of course, is, communicating with them. So yes, we try to communicate with all of them. And then this year, I'm guessing with whatever construction in the park, we'll have to communicate also with, make sure that we are in compliance with whatever's going on there.
Okay, thanks, Liz.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mr. Joe Rica.
Yeah, hi Liz, nice to meet you in person or over Zoom. I just wanted to make a comment too. Yes, with all the construction being planned, not just in KBG Memorial, but also Brookside, all of the parks, I just would hate to see brand new trees being planted and due to construction, something happened to them. So if we could have those discussions prior to planting these trees in the parks, that I think would benefit the entire town.
Absolutely. And we can work with you. I don't know how much of the park is being affected in those parks, but we can stay away from construction, plan ahead. But it would be nice to get, if we have a planting budget, to put some trees in now, because you know how long it takes for them to grow.
Yeah, I understand. But as long as we
and just replacing the canopy
just,
now. Yep.
yeah, as long as we all work together and know before planting, that could be beneficial.
Absolutely. Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, Lizette.
Yes, just to continue what Joe was mentioning, I think the tree planting request should be reduced to eliminate the memorial planting, because since we have to replace walkways and do drainage, we don't want shade tree to plant trees and they not survive due to the construction, but we could have the replacement as part of the grant, our grant funding and overall budget. So I would just take it out of, and we do have some additional state money for Memorial Park that we I just got confirmation we received like less than 2 days ago. So I would just reduce the debt authorized for tree planting and cover the tree replacement as part of the memorial program and Brookside program.
Okay, so you're suggesting, Lizette, a change in what we're seeing.
Yeah, I just don't know how much of like that 14,000 was for those two locations.
Oh, okay, Liz, how much of that was for those two
Oh
locations?
boy. Okay. Is the construction, how many years is that over? Do you anticipate?
We hope over to start working on design this year and being shovel ready for next year.
Next year. Okay, so yeah, there wouldn't be. Okay. Let me work that out. Jen, do you have any idea? I'm doing some calculations so we would just do 9/11 and
Well, actually, let's do this. Let me just understand this. So we're saying reducing the 54,000 because we're going to put in the grant. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Liz.
okay, so we had 40.
So this is it's from the 14,000. So if I understand correctly.
But it affects the
we-
overall number, and that's what we need to know, what to reduce the overall number. Do we reduce
Right.
50?
So just be 9/11, the Arboretum, 9/11 and KBG areas? Which areas are we parking?
No, I wouldn't do KBG
Yeah.
either because we
Okay.
have the old softball grant and we hope to, once we have the grant for the pickleball and batting cage, doing one whole complete project and do KBG at once, especially once we have DEP approval. So I would just focus on the Arboretum as the canopy trees.
Okay, so that would be about
Can we factor in Brookside, Liz, since we lost trees when they were redoing the sewer lines?
Can
We
do
have
Brookside
a
also?
project in the works to replace playground equipment at Brookside.
Right, so if we have those plans for construction for the playground, I'm assuming that you have them, we can work with you and still plan accordingly, which we have done in the past.
Okay,
Yeah,
but right
those
now,
those
right now
plans
we
are
need them out.
being, yeah, those plans are being finalized, but we could do the replacement new trees as under the grant program because we work the numbers and we have money left over.
Okay,
All right, Liz and Jennifer, work on that. Let's go to Jason and Donna, and then we'll come back to you guys. We need a hard number, okay?
Yep,
Jason.
I got.
Yeah, Mayor, just like they were saying in the parks, just so you know, the pathway is gonna get extended. There is gonna be a lot more trees lost, so I think it is better to put it in the grant, the way you guys are going, because like Liz says, if it's going, the state ordinance is one big tree, 4 little ones for one big one. That could change their whole picture, like their whole amount. Could either go up or go down.
All right.
It's gonna go up, so.
Donna?
So I'm thinking then if we're just doing.
Hold on.
Oh,
Donna
sorry.
Sanders?
Sorry.
Yes, I'm sorry. I just had a quick question. I know you're talking about planting trees in Memorial Park. Which side of the park are you talking about? By the tennis courts or on the other side?
Well, when we replace canopy cover, it's wherever we can get, the trees. So it's not always right next to where a tree came down, but we do try to refill that area. It would be more towards the north end of the park where we lost a lot of the trees. And as Jason's saying, like the south end, I don't know what the paths are looking like. I don't know if there's room to kind of work with that also. Maybe we can save a few more trees. I don't know. So probably more towards the north end.
Okay, so I was just concerned about between the tennis courts and the residents' houses on Millbrook Road.
Oh,
Because
no,
a
we
couple of
wouldn't plant.
trees have come down over there.
That small area that between them?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't, I don't have any plans to plant in there. I don't know if Jason.
Okay, that's all I had. I just wanted to know if that's where you were planting. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, so do we have a number?
Yes, so that would be about 15 trees, so about $6,000.
Okay, so let's change the number from 54 to 48. If they're only for the sake of expediency, so that we don't actually reach 4 o'clock. Is there any other question or comment? If not, I'll I'll look for a motion to change the tree planting budget to $48,000. Could I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, is there a further debate? Discussion, inquiry? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. So, okay. So we're done with parks and fields. Now, Jason, I think we're simply left with and you can start with DPW vehicle equipment, roads, sidewalks and curbs, or facility improvements. It's up to you.
Okay, Mayor, thank you. Again, thanks. I know this year is hard with the budget, the overall budget. I know we also got pushed. A lot of this stuff has been pushed up from last year to this year and the next couple of years due to things that are out of our control and other other utility companies. But starting with the vehicles, I'm looking to replace a international Packer, dual axle Packer. It's replacing an old rusted out truck. The floor is starting to rust in the body. This will be the second truck that we're getting replaced in the last 2 years. I have to raise it another 15,000. It said I just got a brand new updated 2025 invoice and the trucks have gone up. So this does all of our recycling. These trucks do all of our leaves throughout the town and they're always going. So
Jason, so you're saying you're gonna go from 365 to what?
no, you have 365 already?
You have 365 in the account.
All right. No, that's good then, because it said 350 in my book.
And our book says 365. Look at the screen. Can you see the screen?
Yeah, I got the screen now. All right, go ahead. That's good then. 365 is okay.
Do we want to reduce that from 365?
No, that's exactly where I wanted it to go. I have
Okay.
350 in my book.
Okay, go ahead and move on.
All right. We're also looking to replace a 10-year-old or 14-year-old Z Master. This is an industrial lawnmower, so that's why you see the cost at 16,000. We do have 3 of them. Obviously, we use them all the time. The guys go out. And then we're looking to replace a stand-on, a 27-year-old sit-down leaf blower with an updated stand-on blower that costs 13,000. This is to blow all the leaves in the park and to make sure we're more efficient and effective, because the other lawnmower has been breaking down a lot and costing us a lot of money.
Okay.
So that's
Okay. So any member of council or of the Citizen Budget Committee have a comment, a question, or inquiry about DPW vehicles and equipment? Hearing none, it's so approved or without change. Let's now move to, which do you want to move, Jason, to roads?
the roads. We on roads?
Yeah.
All right, so obviously PSE&G has been doing a lot of repairs on the gas mains. So working with them, we still have to sit with them to really get an understanding where they're going with the streets, what the allotments they're going to give us. But what we looked at and what they've handed us so far, these are the list. I have a list of streets that come out to around 820,000. That includes engineering and soft costs. This will pave the whole section from Howland to Manning Ave. Obviously, our allowance. I know this was approved by the council at the last meeting and pulled out. If you guys don't have a list of the streets, I can get them to you. But this will keep pace with them. There is a 4-year, like the chief said, this is going to be 4 years.
Okay, so I want to interrupt you for a second so that the public understands. The council has chosen for more than the 12 years I've been on, first as 8 years as councilman and now 4 years plus this year as mayor, to not get involved in the street selection for repair and replacement, so that it never becomes political. Instead, our superintendent of public works, Jason Melito, and our engineer, Rob Costa, and I believe the two of you decide on the roads to be repaired based solely on their condition. Is that correct?
Correct, Mayor. And now it's just the utility. It's a no-brainer that we have to work with the utility to work across, because if we don't, it'll only be one side of the road paved.
Good.
And a
So I'm
lot-
going to stop you there. So for the public's benefit, and correct me if I'm mistaken, we were able to negotiate, Lizette, check me on this, with PSE&G that if a road is 5 years or younger in its life, that they would go from one curb to the other, not do half the street. But if the road was older than 5 years, then they would only do from the center line to the curb on the side they worked. And Jason, correct me if I'm mistaken, what we're doing, when you say you're working with them, what we're doing is we're getting roads paved at no cost to the public, but having a whole half side done is not a good idea. So we, because that creates a cold seam in the center, we want a hot seam. So our plan for replacement is built into negotiating with PSE&G for the other side of the road in such a way that the roads we're maximizing tax dollars. Lizette and Jason, did I summarize that correctly?
You summarized the moratorium correctly. If any road has been paved less than 5 years ago, and a utility has to come and do whatever work is necessary, they do have to pave curb to curb. And as Jason had explained initially, we're still waiting on meeting with PSE&G to sit down and look at the tonnage and what work they're doing and how that impacts our work.
Good. Jason, go ahead.
And just to piggyback on.
Oh,
that, we
Jason,
also-
I know I'm interrupting you a lot, but I thought you said 800 and something, and I'm looking in the book and it's 721.22, 222.
It's
which comes
792.
up to 797. I'm sorry, total cost 797,222. Do you need to adjust that number?
No, that's it. That's good, Mayor. That's with all the soft costs and engineering included.
So the 797,222 is a correct number.
Yes.
Go ahead.
And just so everybody also knows, it's not, whenever they cross the center line, even if the road is older than 5 years, if they cross the center line, there is an allowance there for curb to curb paving as well.
Yes.
And that's also what we're negotiating with PSE&G. So there's a lot of moving parts here, so. But so far, that's where we are. That could go down or up, but most likely it's gonna stay that way. All right. Parking lots, there is none this year. ADA ramps, this is to keep in front of PSE&G paving. So these will be the ramps that are between Manning and Continental. These will be on the streets that are not part of a DOT grant, possibly a DOT grant. So the ramps, these streets do not include Fifth Ave.
Hey,
or
Jason,
Brook
I'm gonna
Road.
stop you again. I want to make sure the public understands why we're doing ADA ramps. We're doing them because we're required to do them prior to milling and paving, correct?
Yeah, as a
And
federal.
because
law.
we know PSE&G are going to come down those roads,
Correct.
we want to make sure that we get our best bang for the buck. They will not do curb to curb if we don't have ADA, so let's do the ADA ahead of them.
Yes.
So that we're getting the biggest benefit and the least amount of tax impact on us. Keep going.
Correct. So that came out to. that came-
175,000.
Yes, so that'll take care of all those streets. Again, it will not include the DOT, possible DOT funded streets of Fifth Ave and Bogart Road.
Okay, keep going.
Next is curbs and sidewalks. It's the same theory as the ADA ramps. We are on the hook, obviously, for sidewalks we own along our right of ways. This is a good practice for trip and falls. We're going to update our curbs, sidewalks, so we're in compliance with GIF. And this will also let us stay ahead of obviously PSE&G's paving. So we
And
don't-
that's $109,600, correct?
Yes,
That number you're comfortable with?
yes,
Go ahead.
okay.
Did you talk
Ground.
about the DOT grant for 25,000?
That's something that we put in every year. Our borough engineer prepares the grant for Bogart Road. This would be section 9 being solicited this year. And we're trying to see if we can get an application in for discretionary funding to do another portion of Continental, because that also falls under a special, it would qualify under a special grant program, but since that's discretionary, it's hit or miss on the award. So this would just cover the engineering grant preparation.
Okay, Jason, are you done with roads, sidewalks, and curbs so that we can have a discussion on that, or you have something more?
Yes. Yeah, because storm drains are a different line. Yes.
All right, we are now open for debate, discussion, inquiry, comments.
Jason, what is the lifetime of the new Packard that we're getting, that we would get?
Packers usually last up to 20 years. The problem we're having, it's meeting, right now it's at 17 years, right? The problem we're having is, like the chief said before, when you order the vehicle, it takes up to 2 years. I don't even have a drop date yet for the vehicle we ordered last June. So it's taking 2 to 3 years to get. So that's the problem everybody's having, especially with specialty equipment. But 20 years is the life expectancy.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Kaufman, I thought I saw your hand up. You're muted.
Sorry about that. I was just going to say, I think all of these expenses are absolutely necessary, and I know that our superintendent does everything in his power to make things last as long as they possibly can. So these are all necessary, and I would make a motion to move those forward.
All right, could I have a second?
Second.
All right, Chris, comment.
Yeah, just one other note. Last year at the end of the year, we got ahead of these DOT projects. What Lizette just mentioned is that, that 25,000 covers the preliminary expenses. If we get through those preliminary expenses and we actually get an award letter for a DOT grant, even if it's later in the year, we can adopt the ordinance this year. And that way, by the time, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, it starts to get nice, you'll have the funding in place to be able to start with these road programs rather than always being a year behind. So that's one of the other things that we did at the end of last year. And because it's a state grant, there's no down payment requirement. The grant acts as the down payment. So it's just a simple matter of introducing and adopting an ordinance. So I just wanted to add that note as well.
So it's essentially a best practice.
It's a good idea to do it if you have any type of urgency on getting these streets done. Otherwise, you're always months behind.
I think the public expects us to maintain the streets to the best of our ability within our budget. So I think it's a great practice.
Yes.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Chris and Lisette. Thank you.
All right, Jason, any more on this, or can we take a vote?
You can take a vote.
All right, all in favor of maintaining roads, sidewalks, and curbs as written, please say aye.
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 Okay, facilities and improvements.
Okay, the emergency repair program is for the buildings. This line is always used for anything that's 5 years and out that need repair. So things such as HVAC units, the windows like on Borough Hall, we just had to replace because of leaking. It gives us the flexibility to get, it gives us the flexibility where it doesn't hit my budget and destroy it. This gives us the flexibility. Also during storms, like in IASIS, this line actually helped us move forward and get a lot of the items back up and running.
All right, Jason, if you can explain the term you use, 5 years and out, what does that mean?
So for capital, you have the life expectancy of a capital purchase has to be 5 years or greater. Am I correct, Chris?
Yeah, so that's why he's saying for the public's benefit, 5 years and out, so that we can put it into capital instead of operation, correct?
Correct,
Keep
correct.
going.
All right, the salt bin, the salt shed, this was something talked about for the last couple of years. What's going on is the DEP has new requirements on salt sheds. Also, our salt shed is falling apart and rotting through. This would be the beginning for the design phase, which we would start saving money after this to eventually build in 26.
And if I'm not mistaken, this is one of those items that sadly has been pushed off for what, I don't know, 5, 10 years, something like crazy like that.
Yeah, the old superintendent was here. It was the last year, so that was from 2018.
Yeah.
So we're able to extend the life, and we're still extending the life, but now DEP came involved, and there's no way we can meet their requirements with the salt shed. So this is the starting phase of it. Hopefully, we can fund a little more next year once we got a plan together, and then in 2026 be able to move on it and build it.
Okay, keep going.
Fire company to paint for $34,000. This is so we're continuing updating not only just the Borough Hall, but we've worked on Fire Company 1. I know Dara's here. We've worked on the library. We're still doing a little bit of work on the public safety. This is just continuing that work throughout the town. And right now the paint is chipping off the building and it's falling down. So this would be to power wash it and get it all painted. So it doesn't, all the plaster doesn't keep falling off the walls. And
Keep going.
what?
Keep going.
Then lastly is this was new. We did have our maintenance company for our fuel tanks down here that supply gas and diesel to the whole borough come in, and there's a new requirement again through DEP that we have to install new gas vapor valves, swivels, and adapters to the top of the tank to meet the requirements. So we got an estimate, a quote for $6,200 to make us compliant.
Okay, so actually let's do sewer improvements and storm drain at the same time. Go ahead.
Sewer improvements, this again, last year, we brought this down to $100,000. We did this year, we brought it to $100,000 because we had current years that were funded a little higher. So in capital. So we had a little bit of a cushion and we were up to around, what was it, Lizette? Around 300,000? Just in case there's any major emergencies in sewers. We brought it down because we felt comfortable. Recently on Manchester by the church and on 5th, we had a sewer emergency happen. So our pool of money has shrunk in that. So I would like to actually bring this back up to 150. We did it last year for 1 year. We also brought down, going back to the facility, or the 25,000 for emergency repair program, that used to be 50,000. I'm okay with keeping that one at 25 because we're doing a lot of new things, especially with the Borough Hall, but I'd like to bring the sewer one back up to 150.
All right, well, it's not at 25, it's at 24. You're good at 24.
24.
You said I'd keep that one at 25. I assume you were referring to the storm drain and line replacement?
No, I went back up. Sorry, Mayor. I went back up to the emergencies. I was trying to explain how we lowered both emergencies last year to the facilities.
So you're now back at facilities improvement, and you're
Yeah.
saying, well, it's at 25. You want to keep it at 25, but you want to make a raise sewer improvements 150.
Yeah, going back up to where we were.
Jason, it's a tough year. Talk to me about why we couldn't get away with 100 this year.
Because you get one sewer replacement we had on Kinnecamack Road, cost us $150,000. You have 36 miles of sewer lines underneath this town that are aging. You could have upwards of 2-3 times sewer collapses. You don't know.
Yeah.
The problem is what's going to happen is we've already spent what we felt comfortable maintaining it at like the 300,000, 330,000 mark. We already spent some of that money down, and we're still at the beginning of this year, and we've already been seeing some problems maybe coming up.
How much do we have, how much do we have, without this 100,000?
It's in a bunch of different lines funded over the years. I would say less than 300,000. I mean,
Right.
sewer lines are expensive.
The number's about 200 right now.
All right. Councilwoman Kaufman, thoughts?
I
as
would,
Finance Chair.
I would think we should do the whole number, given what they said the cost of one is. And
So he wants to increase it from 100 to 150. Are you in concurrence?
oh, I thought we were at total cost of 140. Is
So I'm confused. Jason, are you trying to change the 100 to 150 to bring it up to 190? Or are you still saying that the total cost of 140 is acceptable?
Well, the repairs I'd bring up to 150. So yes,
Oh,
190 I'd bring that up to.
Yeah,
Good.
that's what I thought you were saying. So you're saying 150, 20, 20 for 190. Is that
Yeah.
correct?
Correct, Mayor.
Okay, Budget Chair, Finance Chair?
I think we should do that because that would just be one. Yes.
All right. Do you want to make that a motion? No,
So-
wait, don't make that a motion.
Okay.
Jason, are you good with, so you're saying you want to change the 100 to 150, which would change the total cost to 190? Is there, what about the, I thought you were also referring to storm drain and line replacement. Are you
Just-
comfortable with that at 24?
Yeah, 24. That is to put some lines, some basins down Madison Ave where we're having major icing problems.
Yeah.
So that's again, to be in front of PSE&G and get those basins in.
Okay, Council President, Council Chair, Finance Chair Kaufman, would you make a motion to accept the facilities improvement as is and the sewer improvement increase to 150 and sewer improvement, storm drain and line replacement as is?
Just a quick question. Does the section 20 or outside duty need to go up for the sewer improvement line?
No.
So you just need to say so moved.
So moved, but we also need to approve the equipment. So I would also make a motion to approve the DPW vehicles and equipment.
Okay, so the whole motion is DPW vehicles and equipment, DPW
Facilities and
facilities improvement, both as is, the sewer improvement with an increase of 50,000 and sewer improvement storm drain line replacement as is.
yes, so moved.
Second.
It's open for debate, inquiry, discussion, any member of the Citizen Budget Committee or the council? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, so if my numbers are correct, we've only reduced it to 423K from our original 2.8. So we're essentially at 2.4 right now. Chris,
Yeah,
do you agree with that?
yeah, Mayor, just so you also know, again, we're negotiating the streets. If we can come up with some solutions to lower even the streets, I know it's at that level now and it might stay at that level. I just want the council and residents to know if we can come up with some solutions and work with PSE&G to get a little more from them and then possibly have some solutions like in slurry seal or something to maintain or switch some roads out. We're going to work with them. So hopefully, it's at this now, but maybe we can do something to get them a little lower.
I think you're making an excellent point. And before we go back to Mr. Bagatelle for our current debt authorization, it is a plan. It's not actually money we're spending. So for the public to understand, a budget has to be built on the maximum amount that we're permitted to spend, not the maximum amount we will spend. And Chris and Lizette, correct me if I mispresent this in any way. We can't spend money that we haven't budgeted, and so we have to always budget for a little bit more, and hopefully we can spend a whole lot less. Would that be correct?
Yes, that is correct. And even when awarding, that is done by resolution with a certification signed by Mr. Battaglia. And, whenever there are balances, we go through the old capital to see what can be appropriated to fund new projects, reappropriated, or what can be canceled. So, we're always evaluating our capital lines throughout the year, not just during budget season.
Cool. Excellent. Chris, what's our new number?
So we see at the bottom of the screen now, our total of the projects is $2,929,681. That's a $526,000 reduction on the total appropriation. And on the far right, you see that the total debt authorized is now $2,290,600. That's a $498,400 reduction in our total debt authorized.
Excellent. Well done. Well done. All right, well, now we need to finish up operational budget. And I believe we left off with, where did we leave off? Public Works?
I would just request, can we take a 5-minute break?
Oh, yes. In fact, I was going to do that and somebody else had sent me a text on that. And I apologize. It's been about 2 hours. So why don't we reconvene at 11:15? Is that okay with everybody? But that's a hard 11:15, okay? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I call back into order the meeting of the Mayor and Council and Citizen Budget Committee, March 23rd at 11:15. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call.
Councilwoman Kaufman,
Here.
Council President Montesano Cohen,
Here.
Councilwoman Kinsella,
Here.
Councilwoman Malalari,
Here.
Councilman Benson,
Here.
Councilman Glass,
Yeah.
Mayor Papaleo.
Here. Jason, you were next in the agenda that we truncated. Considering your concerns, can you go now or do we need to leave you for last?
Well, if you would like to move some of the smaller committees, I see the libraries here and stuff. I don't know.
No, Jason. I'm
It's up to
asking
you.
simply if you are okay with us following this agenda, with you going next, or you don't want to go last?
No,
These are
go
your
next. Go ahead.
All right, everybody, let's go to Department of Public Works. Okay, in our tab, this is groups 290 through 510. We have justifications, and then we have the sheets. Chris, if you can put up the DPW sheets, that would be great. Okay, so we are at 4-01-26-290, 111 as our first item on our first page. Is there anything, Councilwoman Kaufman?
Just hoping to get an explanation from Superintendent Melito on the overtime.
Yes, the overtime has not increased at all. What me and Chris decided to do was to cancel the salary and wages, and you'll see that in here, and overtime from the mechanical division and from the building and grounds, and consolidate it into the one line. We did keep recycling open for salary, wages, and overtime due to the tonnage grant and all the grants that we can apply for, so we have an accountability. So that has not increased.
Great.
It's just consolidated.
Just wanted to make that clear to everybody. Okay.
Okay, any other member of the Citizen Budget Committee or Council wish to raise their hand in regards to first page? No? All right. Then we'll move on. Second page, item group 028 through item 169. Item 028 through item 169, which is uniform and boots and drainage. Nope. All right. Street signs and CalClor, which is items 170 through 182. All right. Now, next page, fuel systems and total control. Okay. Next page, training through stump removal, items 042 through items 171. We're in the 300 group, just in case anyone's lost. We can always go back. If I'm going too fast, you can simply say, let's go back. Next page, safety inspection truck and total control. Any item, anyone there? Okay, next page, we're now in group 301, item 10 through item 101, parking lot maintenance through line stripping supplies, and of course, total control and department.
I just had one question, Jason, on thermal plastic striping.
Item 100.
Yes, you spent 8,901. Is 7,000 adequate for that line?
So what we do is obviously, the two lines are in the same control block.
Right, okay.
Parking lots. So what I do, since we've done a lot of the parking lots, around town, they weren't needed to be, thermoplastic or line painted, which we use our striper for. So as of right now, there's no parking lots this year that's gonna have to be painted. So I just pull that 2,000 to make the $9,000 for the
Okay.
thermoplastic.
Sounds good.
Are we good?
Yes.
All right, now we are up to recycling, salary and wages, the recycling enforcement. We're in group 305, numbers 11 through 23. 011 through 023.
And Jason, just for the public, there was a transfer again for that full-time number, is that right? The reason why it's going up so much?
I'm gonna leave that to Chris. He is the guru on the salary and wages.
Chris?
Yeah, so we have basically the way that we run the budget for the DPW is, so like Jason said, we consolidated all of the accounts. We previously had vehicle maintenance, recycling, repairs and maintenance, maintenance of parks and buildings and grounds. We consolidated them to primarily repairs and maintenance. We do leave our 3 employees in recycling, and as well as any part-time, overtime figures that are included in that. The reason why that has changed year over year is simply because we didn't have a part-time number in there in the past. We now have the part-time number in there, so that's the bulk of the change. The salaries are, only the contractual increases.
Are we good?
Jason, do you want to just say one quick word about the addition of that part-time person?
Yeah, so I did put in a request for $34,000 for a 25-hour a week part-timer, 25 to 29 hours a week part-timer. This is going to help us with our yard. As of right now, we're getting a lot of illegal dumping because nobody's out there. Our mechanics try to do the best we can, and with the camera system we have, we try to do the best we can. But unless you have somebody out there really checking the licenses to make sure they're River Edge residents and checking the materials that they dropped off, there's no way we can make sure that we're not accepting anything that DEP could fine us for on a visit. The other thing that we're going to be looking for, just so everybody understands with this part-timer, and we're not definitely saying it yet, but we're going to try to make a Saturday hours too, once in a while, to assist with some of the residents dumping on Saturdays when the gates are closed. So this is going to help out overall, mostly for the DEP requirements, so we don't get popped for any fines or violations.
And Superintendent Melito, I think you told us if they find one can of paint, it's $10,000 fine.
Yeah, you can get up to you can get massive fine if it's lead, if it's acid. You see some things that are down here that we got to call the county to remove, and then that's an expense on us. Everything's getting expensive, so everybody's looking for the easy way to get rid of it. And again, you know, just we should be checking to make sure it's just River Edge residents. So,
So we don't add headcount lightly. We did this because we really have to. is
yeah,
The bottom line.
yeah.
Alright. Are we good? Any other council person or citizen budget member? Okay. We are now still in group 305, items 130 through 189. Okay, again, if I go too fast, you need for me to go back, that's fine. We're now on the next page, items 190 through department total. Okay, now we're up to group 310, items 10 through 28, buildings and grounds, salary and wages through POSHA, maintenance.
Jason, I have just one quick question for 310, 166, maintenance grounds.
Okay.
Does that include the parks, memorial?
No,
And- Okay.
So let me give you a little, because mine and Joe's budget was sort of merged together at one point. We used to take the money that used to fund a lot of this stuff was taken out of open space. With our old administrator, the one before Lizette, he abolished taking it out of open space and made running lines. So what happened there, I used to get he asked what we all needed, every department needed. And I asked for a skid of seed that helps us with all the borough properties, catch basins around town, and some of the small properties like 140 and stuff like that. And that's our seed line, and we get a pallet a year. So, and then Joe does his own seeding through a contractor. I believe he has a contract with them.
For the public.
So it's back to,
Joe, we're referring to Mr. Rika, who is the Director of Recreation. Go ahead.
no, I'm just saying, so now it's completely separate. Joe has his line for the building grounds and or maintenance grounds, and you have yours.
Well, there is some, there is some shared lines, and there still isn't some shared lines. This is just making where this should have been all along. So we're just putting it on the grounds because really, the problem is we open blankets throughout the years. I don't want to get into a finance thing. It's easier to keep certain lines, so you're not opening 5 blankets, dedicating all this money to different blankets when you could just have it all in one line. And
Jason, if you could just explain blankets.
blankets are pretty much it's an account. You gotta encumber the money before you can spend it. And a lot of times what happens is you encumber, like, say $2,000 for a vendor. So if you need an emergency part or anything that you need, you can go ahead and get it because it's already verified money that's on hold.
Okay. Indira, anything else?
No, that was it. Thank you, Jason.
Is that good, Chris? Am I good now? Is that a good, okay.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hey, Jason. Just a quick question. I'm gonna go back to 305, 189, the vegetation collection.
Yes.
All right, we're going back to 305, 199, everyone.
I just want to make sure that that's enough, because if I'm not a math guru, but I think 14,000 plus 21 is like over 35. So you're budgeting requesting 34.
So, okay, so this is a very hard one. So we just awarded a new contract. We were lucky to have a contract awarded in 2019 before things went crazy. It was a 5-year contract. The contract was up. Now we're paying $5 more per yard. We have another 5-year contract, so we're locked into that. So we don't have to worry about that going crazy again, but it's still an increase. The other increase that we had there is it's about 100 yards of vegetation a year increase year over year that we're getting from these properties. And I'm assuming that's because the houses that were built not so long ago, the vegetation's finally coming in, so there's a lot more vegetation being put out. With that said, I think I can maintain that this year and see where we're at, because I was able, with the 24,000, doing the calculations, even if I'm a little under and I don't have enough, I can always use the control line to make it up for the little bit I might be under. So we'll see where that hits this year, because again, the new rate, and I just have to see what the yardage comes in at the end of the year and see if we're still on that year-over-year cycle or if it reduced.
Thank you. Thank you. I was asking because I know it's coming up in April, so I just wanted to know. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay, anybody else? All right, so I believe we are now at 310, group 310, 29 through 174, which includes maintenance of grounds and HVAC maintenance. Oh wait, actually, I think we went too quickly over the previous page. Does anybody have a question about the previous page or the page I've just quoted? No? All right, we'll move on. Okay, now we're in group 310, 175 through 184, Pistol Range Emergency Sewer.
Huh?
Okay. 375 through 175 through 184. Questions?
I just had beautification. We don't need anything this year. Is that?
No, beautification should have,
I see 1,500.
yeah, 1,500.
So do I, yeah.
I don't see anything requested.
Right.
Well, the beautification committee also has a line in administration. It's shared.
That's why, yeah, talking to Lizette, that line could come out because she has a line as well.
Yeah, under the administration budget, there's a line for environmental commission, green team, beautification.
Okay.
Okay.
So maybe we could put a note in for next year that this line is dormant and that at the end of 5 years will be removed. Okay. Next page in our book is still in group 310, items 185 through 205, reallocation cap roof through P card. Okay, anything? Okay, and the next page is simply total control and department. So there is, if there is no question, again, we can go back. We're up to group 315, item 010 or item 10 through item 124, which is vehicle maintenance, salary and wages through recycling vehicle repairs. Okay, seeing none, we are at the next page. We're still in group 315, items 172 through 179. Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry. Superintendent Melito, just a question about the mechanical work DPW. You spent 80 last year and you have 65 for this year. Is that enough?
So for the public's benefit, we're talking about item 173.
Yes.
So, that's a good question. We've already hit a couple of snags with some big purchases already with some big breakdowns. The sweeper being one and our Bobcat during during the winter. What I like to do is just keep it the way it is now. If I have to, I can always try to shrink some other line, so eventually Chris will be able to move it in the last 2 months of the year. So if something really looks like it's getting bad, again, I could always make it up somewhere else to try to move everything around. So I'd rather just keep it for now and see where we are. Because even I don't want to raise it this year. Because this year's also a test year. I want to see what the police department cars being brand new and everything is, so to see if I can reduce it later on next year. So I'd like to keep that way.
Great, thank you.
Lisa?
Thank you. Jason, is the senior citizen bus 0 because it's now under rec?
No, the senior citizen bus not under rec.
So is it functioning?
Yeah, it's
You
a
haven't
senior
requested.
bus. Yeah, so what we did was we shrank the lines. The senior bus went under DPW mechanical.
Oh, okay.
So it's still a DPW function. Miriam does a great job with that, and we just moved the bus to make the lines a lot easier. Again, this goes back to the control conversation we had, or the blanket conversation.
So I guess just for the public's edification, we make all of these estimates about every single line item every year. And obviously, we're not omniscient. So there's room to move things around between lines as necessary.
Yeah, the main control, just so everybody knows, and Chris, you could chime in on this, but just so everybody knows, everything is blocked in a group. Okay? If you see a negative line, right? That line is negative, but there's a line in that group that's picking up the negative. So if you go to the bottom, what we see is at the bottom, we have control lines that we can't negative. We got to keep, it's pretty much every line added up onto the bottom. So as long as we're within that control line and we don't go negative, we can always help other lines with other lines. That's the best way to say it.
Yeah, it's county practice. We're making predictions. And in November, I believe we can switch between groups, but right now we're simply building a group.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Okay. I believe now we are at we were on group 315, 172 to 179. And unless there is question, I'm going to move to the next page. Okay, we're still in group 315, 180 through 186. Okay, and then the next page is simply a total. So, and the next page is group 316, 011, County of Bergen snow removal, salary and wages. Jason, for the public's benefit, explain this so they understand why we have a County of Bergen line.
So what happens is I think Chris can actually explain this a little better. We haven't used it last year, but we always maximize it for the return. For Bergen County, I believe that's the payout to show them for accountability. So when we get the reimbursement from the plowing.
Yeah, we plow their roads for them, right?
Yeah.
Effectively, that's what's happening. So you're plowing a county road, and we're applying that to this account. When we account for it, we usually charge off the full amount, and they reimburse us for that. So I believe you have a report that you provide to them that shows the man hours that are spent on plowing the county road on their behalf. So rather than coming out with the plows, they just pay us to do it.
Now, Jason, for the public's benefit, other than Kinnicamack Road, would you name the roads that we plow and the county reimburses us?
Yeah, Midland Ave, Riverside Way, Main Street, Grand, Hackensack Ave.
Okay. All right. Any questions from council or the budget committee? Says the budget committee. Okay, next page is Community Services Act O&E. Questions, comments? Okay, again, if I'm going too fast, slow me down. Next page is group 331, 10 through 100. That is, I think it's bus, salary and wages through other general grouping. Question. All right. Go
I just
ahead.
had a question about the part-time line, 012. Why the increase there?
Contractual increase. He falls under the unionized contract as a part-time worker. So every year, obviously, we have to do the increase.
Okay,
The senior bus driver.
gotcha. Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All right, now we're up to a group 375, item 10 through item 179, which is maintenance of parks through Flag Continental Bogart.
I'm so sorry, Mayor. Can I go back to one?
Sure. What item?
It's 325-100 Community Services Act.
Sure. So we're back to group 325, everyone, about 2 or 3 pages. 100. What's your question?
What is, just Jason, what is this for? And it went from, in 2022, 17 to 26. You're muted, Jason.
Chris, do you want to speak on behalf of this?
The Community Services Act is the requirement to provide the same services to, it's generally condo associations, townhomes that have, closed housing. So they pick up their own garbage, they might plow their own roads. And there's a requirement for us to provide the same service to them. So we need to reimburse them for the cost that would otherwise be provided by the town. It's a statutory requirement. There are calculations that go into it to determine what they're due so that, they don't hire the most expensive road plower and the most expensive garbage hauler, so that we're paying them the comparable cost of what it would cost us to plow and to pick up garbage at those locations.
Okay, thank you, Chris, for the clarification.
Well done, Chris.
Okay, everybody, we're now up to group 375, item 11 through 375, item 179. That was what we were at. Any questions about that? All right, we'll move on. We're still in group 375, 180 through 187. Flag poles slash flags through Board of Ed maintenance. Okay, and then the next page is simply the totals. Anywhere, okay? If there's a need, I can go back. We're up to group 455, 10 through 132. Questions? Okay, we'll move on. We are up to 455, item 133 through total control. Questions? Okay.
I just had one quick one. On line 138, the requested was 10,150 and budgeted 9,000. Just wondered what that difference is for.
Yeah, Chris, you want to you handle the meter stuff to Paramus.
Yeah, I have a note on a conversation that we had or an email from 2/13/24. I just have to pull it up. We haven't spent last year we spent 7,040. We spent 8,450 before that. The budget has always been 10,150 going back, it looks like since 2020. So this is just bringing it more in line with the expenses. It looks like, it's 8,450 in 2020, then 7,800, then 8,450, then 7,040. So it's really just a matter of bringing it in line with the expenses.
Thank you.
Okay, and we can see something similar with the control line, and so all right, good. So now we're up to, I believe, group 455, 201 through 301. Questions, if any?
And I just want to make a note on this as well. This is a conversation we have every year at this time. As of right now, the BCUA O&M, that's 201, and the BCUA debt service, that's 202. Those are the actual numbers. We do have those invoices, but the number below that, 301 for Hackensack Paramus sewer charges, we do not know what that number is. The placeholder in this budget, the 277,000, represents a 7% increase year over year. Hopefully we will have an invoice or indication of what the total cost will be in the next week or two. If we do get it before we introduce, we can of course modify this line item, but right now that is a placeholder.
It's also good to notice that just to get rid of sewage, basically urine and feces, it's about $1.5 million of our budget, 1.4, 1.5. So the public sometimes doesn't realize that their taxes are also paying for every time they flush the toilet. And that is a huge expense. Our budget is, well, no, never mind, let's move on. Let's not go off on a tangent. Next page, group 510, item 20 through item 101, stormwater. Okay. Okay, then after that, I simply
right.
see what I think are supporting documents, correct? Oh, Councilwoman Kaufman.
All right, just a quick line on sewer supplies, 510, 100, is that really a zero or did it move somewhere? Down at the bottom of the screen.
That should be, no, 510, 100 is, yeah, wait, hold on.
I don't have a note on that one. That one might need to be moved up to 3,000. That's what it's been the last couple of years. I know we combined a lot of the accounts, but we didn't. We have in stormwater, we have the public works and the sewer separated, but we didn't increase the public works by the 3,000 to consolidate it. So that's something that we might want to add back in.
Could I have a motion?
I can't
Read the whole line, please.
I would move to add $3,000 for stormwater sewer supplies, 401, 31, 510, 100.
Could I have a second?
Second.
It's open for debate, discussion, or commentary. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right, so it is unanimously passed. Okay, I think we're done with your budget, are we not?
Yes.
All right, next in our agenda, the next item is rec. Let's go to rec. Okay, these are groups 360, 370, 375, 420. Jason, if you need to chime in, feel free to chime in. Joe, this is you. We're starting on the first page for the members, citizen members and the council. We're talking about 4-01-27-360-020. In other words, group 360, item 20 through item 124. Questions?
Nope.
All right, and I believe that we have a couple of pages of explanation, and then we go to, so 3 pages after that, we go to group 370-10 through 370-208, which is Rec Commission through professional services and costs. Questions, comments, suggestions? I'm going to give everybody a moment for this because we've switched groups. All right, if you need for me to go back, please let me know. Now we're up to group 370, 36 through 370, 174. So items 36 through 174.
I just had a question on equipment, 370-065. I saw we spent 2,500 last year. What was that for?
I'm not sure what that was for, to be honest with you. I don't have that record. But all the equipment and except for field equipment, but we don't really need that much equipment for like yard and stuff like that with Jason. All the sporting equipment is purchased through the individual leagues.
The $2,500 was for swings and repairs at Memorial Park.
Okay. Oh, that was a deductible then.
Deductible, right,
Is that correct, Chris? Sorry about that. I
Yes.
forgot about that. Yeah.
Okay.
Are we good?
Just, can,
Jason, go ahead.
yeah, so can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Joe didn't know, but on Monday night, you guys were talking about a storm, flood, insurance line for $25,000. And nobody really knew what that was about. I remember back in the day, I think Chris, you just came on. We had a flood or trees down everywhere. And again, this goes back to the capital. We didn't have enough money to make up the difference in the deductibles, and we didn't have enough money for dumpsters or Surf Pro or any of that. So that line was formed for that, to make sure that we have enough money to do, like, fix swings or any of the deductibles that might come up. Just in the flood zones, but so KBG Field, I'm saying this for a reason, because we're putting out money for KBG Field to be replaced when all this money was for that sort of stuff. So
So Jason, are you saying that we need to keep that line or that line can be removed?
oh, you have to keep that line. Actually, me and Lizette talked to Ezio just to get the new updated deductibles.
Yeah.
And each building we would need to.
Good. Council President and then Councilman Benson afterwards.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Joe, what's the memorial bench program? You're requesting $7,000, and I'm wondering how does that fit in the overall construction in the park?
So, well, the Memorial Bench program was in place prior to myself. So that's what the benches are in the parks as of now. We have one bench from that was purchased for a family that is sitting in the garage, in Memorial Park. But the fees on the note that I mentioned, the document was signed in 2021 when the resident had purchased the bench, which was supposed to include the plaque and concrete pad. That dollar amount was not correct. I'm not sure where that dollar amount came from. So the request for the $7,000 is just to finish that one bench that we have, and then we could go back to the drawing board and I could get the proper quotes. I got a proper quote for like $6,200 for concrete, and the plaque is $300, and then I have to look into benches so we can reopen that plan, the program, once we have the plans for the park set. So this is just basically finishing what was started back in 2021, that request.
All right. Thank you.
Councilman Benson. Oh, wait, follow up, Council President?
Yeah, I just want to clarify. So Joe, this is basically making that program whole at the moment because it was not properly quoted originally.
Correct.
Okay, thank
Yeah, we
you.
just have the one bench sitting there.
Councilman Benson.
Thank you, Mayor. Could we go back to
Hold on.
37?
Hold on, because I see Councilwoman Malari. Councilman Malari, do you have is your hand raised for this item or a different item?
You're muted.
Sorry, different item on same page.
Okay, so Councilman Benson, you are in order.
Yeah, if we could go back to 370011 and
Just give us the
3700
item. Yeah, just give us the item. 311?
311. And the one below that, the part-time, Joe, I know Dan came on as a part-time, so that 132 in full-time, what does that reflect? Your salary and Dan's salary, or?
I can answer that. So we actually adjusted that in what we discussed that in a separate meeting. We adjusted after the packages were already created, but that's the separation is actually 80,000 full-time and 52,000 part-time. I have it adjusted on the records, but the printouts that you received were printed before the adjustment was made.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Malari.
Okay, I'm on item 370041.
Okay,
You're budgeting to
let's just give everyone a chance to get to that. Item 41, go ahead.
meetings and seminars. You budget 2,000. The last few years, like 21, 22 was $0. The last year was $88. Can we reduce that?
I could chime in. I
yeah.
could chime in on that.
Sure.
Part of, I'm sorry, Joe, as part of his appointment, he's required to obtain certain certifications and whatnot. And his predecessor did not have that and did not attend the training. So this pertains to training that he would need, as well as his part-time assistant. So and Joe came on later last year, so that's why you don't have that history from before.
Thank you.
All right, any other great questions, everybody, great questions. Anybody else? Nope. Okay, so now we're up to group 370, items 175 through 205 for the public's benefit and for the council. Any questions there? Councilwoman Mallory.
Item 370176, what is that AED?
That's the
Automatic.
defibrillators for the ball fields, for all the parks. We have 4 of them. So they sit out all year round, not all year round, but all spring through fall. So I have one that's expiring in 2025, but we also need new boxes, weatherproof boxes for the parks to hold them in.
Councilwoman, anything else?
Yeah, the line below that, the maintenance contract, it's like almost double from last year. Is that a contract increase or?
So we had a little bit of a contract increase, but also I put all of the contracts for everything that we have into this one account. I think it was a little scattered between Community Pass and a couple other maintenance contract, lighting, that kind of stuff. So I just consolidated that all into one account.
Thank you.
All right, good. Any other member? Good questions. Okay. Again, if we need to move back, let me know. We're now next page, 375-10 through 375-179. So items 11 through 179.
Mayor, I have a question on something.
Sure, go ahead.
Joe, the grass seed for 375-184.
We're not there yet, but okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, everybody, let's go to page 180 through 187. Particularly, let's go to 184. Go.
Is that changed to a different line or consolidated somewhere? Because it's 0.
I work with Jason on that one. Is Jason on this too?
That's the one that we talked about before that got consolidated to the buildings line. That's the
Got it.
one that will be closed out.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, good questions. All right, the next page is simply a total page. And then we have some documentation behind that, and I think we're done. Anything we need to go back to, anybody? Okay, so next we go to the police department, if there's no objection. Joe, thank you for a good presentation, as I think I forgot to thank everybody for a good presentation. Chief, if you would like to introduce yourself or say a few things. Well, you've kind of already done that, but if you want to do it again, that's fine. And before we go through your budget. I think the chief is good. Yeah, okay. Chief, you're muted just in case you're speaking.
Sorry, thank you.
Welcome.
Yeah, I'll say, the justification page, I think explains the changes in the budget. So I don't necessarily want to read over the whole thing. Hopefully you got a chance to take a look at it. If you have any questions, as we go through, certainly here I am. The one thing that I did mention to Lizette is, and we'll get there, I think on the first page of the crossing guards, which I didn't bring up, but just a minor increase for them. I can get to that when we're on the page. Otherwise, again, my justification page should explain things and we'll go from there.
Yes, but remember, sometimes the council will ask rhetorical questions because the public doesn't have access to the justification page so that it can be placed on the record.
Absolutely. Thank you.
So everyone, let's start with 4-0125 group 240, group 240, item 1 through item 7. Any member of council wish to ask a question, make a comment, offer a suggestion?
Chief, if you could-
And the budget committee too. Whenever I say that, it also means Citizen Budget Committee. Budget Chair, Councilwoman Kaufman.
Chief, if you could just explain for the public, 240-004.
Sure. So that would be the line, and Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's going to be the line to pay for our Class 2 officers who will be starting, they're in the academy now.
Chief,
And,
I'm going to stop you there. For the public's benefit, explain a Class 2 officer.
Sure. So we have the officers that you see, all of us up until this year are called what are regular police officers in the state of New Jersey, which means we're have complete certification and we are full-time employees of the borough. And with the Police Training Commission, the PTC, we are registered as full-time police officers called regulars. There are other types of police officers and they're called special law enforcement officers. They're called SLEOs, and they are 1, 2, and 3. This particular line pertains to the Class 2 officer, and a Class 2 officer is a part-time police officer. Generally, they're a young individual and they want to become a regular police officer, but it's the first time we'll be using them. You'll find them down at the shore towns a lot, but more towns up here are bringing them on. You can have a certain percentage of them. You can't have your whole department. You can only have a certain percentage. So we have 2 now. And the benefit of to us is, since they're part-time, we do not pay benefits to them, and we can work them up to about 30 hours a week. And they also will take the borough traffic details. We will be putting them on the borough traffic details. That means the details that the borough is paying for, right? When we do like Continental Ave or things like that. And they will be at a drastically lesser rate than the regular officers. So there's a savings there. They will also be used for traffic officers. If you recall, when I first became chief, I presented to you that I would not be replacing the 2 traffic officers through attrition. And that was at a savings, I'll say on average, and Chris could correct me if I'm wrong, but about $400,000 we saved there because they were 2 full-time, full regular police officers. And now we're at this point where the mayor and council has agreed to allow me to bring these Class 2s on board, and they're at a fraction of that cost, as you can see. So, and again, their goal is to become a regular. They're kind of a farm team. So if we like them, we can bring them on board when we need a regular. If we don't like them, they're per diem. So they have basically a yearly contract. When I say don't like, it means there's a reason, that they something isn't up to par where they should be regarding a police officer. So the reason why it's there is because they are new, and we're kicking it off this year.
Thank you. My next question was 007, the crossing guards. Is that number high enough? Because I feel like we added a lot of positions.
So yeah, so 2 things with that, and I mentioned to Lizette earlier. I'm looking to increase the hourly rate for the crossing guards to a starting rate of $20. It's about a dollar something increase. We have a really tough time getting crossing guards. They simply just shop around, understandably so. They'll run to New Milford, they'll run to Oradell, they'll run to Paramus, and then we try to get them to stay here. We haven't been able to have a full staff of crossing guards for quite some time now, and I have to say we'd be in a much worse place if it wasn't for Sergeant Diamond and the effort. He takes care of that for me, and reports to me about it, and he does an incredible job advertising, interviewing, and training them. I'm lucky, very lucky that I have him. And for example, right now, if you remember, the council approved Reservoir and Bogart, and since it's a new spot, I haven't put anybody there yet because it's a new spot, so nobody recognizes that there's not a guard there, but we haven't had enough manpower to fill that. In the spots that we have that exist, if we can't fill it with a crossing guard, that means a police officer has to go there. So if a police officer is there, obviously we're paying full-time, a full regular police officer to do a crossing guard position. And even worse than that, if the manpower falls below the minimum, I have to bring an officer in on overtime, which really we haven't had to do, but many years back we had to do that, and that is just an unbelievable cost that that shouldn't be there, just shouldn't be there. And the way to prevent it is to make sure you have enough crossing guards. And it's just a competitive thing right now, and we're below the competitive rate. So I'm looking to bring that up to 20. And remember, they're working 5 hours a day, so you're talking, $10 a day, maybe less than $10 a day per guard. And as far as what you're saying, Michelle, it probably should be a little higher, but I don't know exactly how Chris calculates it, but he may very well. I can see the increase from the year past 22. So he probably has calculated in the number that we offer or present or require.
I'm sorry to disappoint. It's a little bit less sophisticated. I took the total that we spent last year, which we had a rotation of about 23 guards, not necessarily all working at the same time. That was just the total number of people that we paid throughout the entire year. And I took a 3% increase on that number. So I don't have built into this any additional posts. So if we do need to add a new post, I can tell you that, there are obviously some guards that work more than others, but if you average across the 23, the 23 of them, you get about $9,400 a person, again, on average. So there's some that are working much more and some that are working just as substitutes as needed, or maybe they didn't work very long throughout the year. So if we're looking at 2 new posts, we might want to consider increasing this another 20,000. And that doesn't take into consideration more than a 3% increase. So if we go $1 an hour more, we would have to increase it more than that as well.
Right, so we have to add the post for Bogart and Reservoir because we haven't paid that yet. And my calculations just on a guard is somewhere just shy of 20,000 a year for the post. I understand what Chris is doing. He's looking at the total number of guards. So we'd have to add that, and then if we add an increase.
So, Mr. Bagatelle, do we need to modify this number in your opinion as CFO?
If we are going to have 2 more posts and we're looking for potentially more increases, we would definitely need to increase this line.
What will we need to increase this line to?
Well, we're about a quarter through the year, right? And we haven't filled the posts yet. So at most we would have, to the chief's point, if it's 20,000 per officer and 3/4 of the year at that, you're talking 30,000. So 15,000 and a guard, 30,000 for the 2 of them.
Hold on, Chief. You want to chime in?
It's 1 guard, I think, Chris, because it's Bogart and Reservoir. I think you've calculated in for the new guard that's at Summit and Webb, because we've been paying him.
Then yes. I'm only missing anybody that hasn't been filled.
Right. So that would be 1 guard, and I agree. Obviously, a quarter of the year's over, so we're looking at about 15,000.
Okay. So we would need to modify item let me do it and I'll just get someone to move it. 4-01-25-240-007 crossing guard part-time from 218,900 to 233,900. Would that be correct, Chris?
218,900 was a 23 budget, so it would be going from 223,600.
So that would be to 238,600. Is that correct, Chris?
Yes.
Can I have someone move it?
So moved.
Can I have a second?
Second.
We are open for debate. Is there a debate? Hearing none. All in favor?
Well, I'm sorry, Mayor. Does that include the $1 raise?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, okay.
No, it doesn't. I'm saying thank you, Barry, for bringing that up. I don't think it does. Right, Chris?
That doesn't include a $1 increase. It includes a 3% increase. So if we're going to go $1 more, then we would have to increase that further.
We're looking to bring it up, Chris, to 20 an hour start.
Okay. So we have.
Hold on. Could I'm going to ask for a vote and everybody vote nay, and that kills the motion, and then we can move on. That's on. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No, no,
Oh.
I want you to say nay.
Oh, I.
Nay.
Nay.
All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, any abstention?
Nay.
Say nay.
Nay,
Nay.
nay, nay.
Motion fails. Okay, Chris, give us the new number.
Well, we just need to
Now,
clarify.
remember, we're not approving this. We're simply budgeting this for the public's benefit. This is not an approval of a dollar. This is simply giving us the flexibility, if the council chooses to do so, as an official action during a regular public meeting.
So I will need a little bit of help from the chief
Sure.
on how we're looking to work through this, right? So right now we've got 5 steps. The first step is $18.91. That's the only step that's below $20. So are we looking to increase all of the steps or just the lowest step from $18.91 to $20?
I think what we need to do is bring the starting step up to 20 and then let the increases go from there.
Are the existing steps enough of an increase, or do we need to increase those further? Because we also need to talk about then redoing our salary resolution.
There's a lot of work.
Right. If I have the right one in front of me, Chris, I have starting at 1854 and then the next step at 2391.
We start at 1891. And are you looking at the 2024 one? Because we modified it a little bit, but we start at 1891. There's actually 5 steps. It goes from 1891 to 2085 to 2195 to 2316 up to 2439 is the final step.
So when we looked at it, and this is a number that kind of bounced off with Lizette, is to do a 20 start and then 2250 and then 25. Now it doesn't have to be a year apart, but so 20 starting to 25 top. The increments in between, like you said, we're going to have to figure that out, but.
Okay, because you do have a lot of guards that are at the top, so that would be basically a 60-cent increase for them. Now they've already gotten the 2%, right? So that this would just be 60 cents on top of that, and then you would consolidate in the middle. So we would have to work that out internally on who gets moved where, right? Because if you're on the first step, do you get moved to the second? Do you get moved? Where do you get put on this scale? We can sort through that. But it looks like it would be, roughly $1 per person, just simply because that's where they would land. In some cases, it's 60 cents. In some cases, it's $1.10. So probably on average, it would be close to $1. You're
again,
talking.
They're working 3 hours a day. They have basically an hour and a half on each end, with 2 guards working during the lunchtime.
And they're working. 40 weeks a year, is that right? No, is it less than 40 weeks? 35 weeks?
It is 10 months? Mayor, how many weeks is the school open?
School open for 10 months, 180 days, but it does not come out to 10 months when you take out like for instance, in June, you lose 2 weeks and you lose a week in December. So you figure 4.5 times about 9 is probably correct. 4.5 weeks times 9, 4.5 times 9. So somewhere around 40 to 45.
40. Okay, so if we figure 23 employees, we figure 3 hours a day, right? Times 5 days in the week, times 40 weeks, we get an additional just under $14,000, and that'll cover everybody moving to these new steps.
So we were saying 14 plus 15 is 29. So and add that to 223.6, correct? It brings us to $238,600. Is that correct, Chris?
We went up to 238,600 was after the last one. Now we're at 252,600. So we started at 223 and we added 29.
Okay. All right, so we're gonna make it a motion, see where we go with it. So could I have a motion and a second to change line 4-01-25-240-007 crossing guards part-time from 223,600 to 252,600. Could I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Second.
Now, the council should consider weighing in on this. Are you comfortable with us budgeting? That doesn't mean we're spending it. Are you comfortable with us budgeting it? So let's open it for debate discussion. Even though this was eventually will be an ordinance, the Citizen Budget Committee should also feel free to weigh in. Are there thoughts?
Mayor, if
Yes.
I may, I mean,
Councilman
I
Benson.
would go with what the chief was saying. I could see where it's hard. I could see where it would be hard to get crossing guards. And you know, it's such an important part of our town. We need so many. So I think it makes sense to add, at least budget for it now.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. There is no more debate. So all in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, any abstention? Okay. Okay, let's move on. Next page is group 240, items 13 through 29. Is there any question, comment? Go ahead, Councilwoman Kaufman.
Just hoping the chief could give us an explanation of why the overtime popped last year and why you think it's going to be necessary to keep it even above that level for this year.
So it
We're
has,
talking, hold on, Chief, for the
okay.
public's benefit and for the Citizen Budget Committee, we're talking group 240, item 013. Go ahead.
So we had an officer retire in August and an officer retire in October, and those were two, you know, officers at the extreme end. One was a lieutenant, one was a patrolman, both with 20 some years on to the top of their pay. Once they left, we have to fill those positions. When I say fill those positions, it's mainly in patrol. So when they're not there, we don't have enough manpower. We have to bring them in on overtime. So there's some overtime that occurred because of that. We also still had some, you know, some COVID issues still going through. We had several officers that have COVID, so our sick time was a little higher than normal. But also remember pointing out that those officers left, and I think Chris can support me with this. We didn't pay their salaries then from August till the end of the year, or October or November to the end of the year. So the money was saved on that end. That would be salary and benefits. So, you know, as much as the overtime went up, you know, we saved it on the other end. My intentions are not to get it that high, is to bring it back down to, you know, to have it lower. But, you know, I think that something always happens. But my goal again is to really focus on the overtime and to bring it down.
So do you think we can take that number down at all?
Now, Chris, you presented that number. What's your thought?
But the reason why I wouldn't take it down is because, you know, the salaries of the employees are climbing as well. So even if you're using, you know, if last year, let's say a lot of the overtime was covered by junior employees because you were trying to save on overtime, well, those junior employees are climbing the steps. You know, so I built in, you know, a 3% increase on the total cost of overtime, but a junior employee's increase might have been 10% because they're moving up the steps. So I wouldn't want to see that go down too much, unless we have a very clear initiative where the number of hours are going to be substantially reduced, because year over year, if you have the exact same number of hours worked, you have to increase the overtime for the higher rates. So like I said, unless there's a major initiative to change it. Now, the number, I know I said 3%. So the overtime for the officers, it's, the actual that's on the screen says 283, 381, but the overtime for just the officers was 278. The other 5,000 was for dispatchers and non PBA employees. So I used the 278 number for the 3% increase.
I want to chime in here. Chief, if you can comment on this too. We're bringing on the Class 2 officers. You're going to use them to some degree to avert overtime. And I think you also said that they can do municipal overtime.
So, yeah,
That help us. If it doesn't, it doesn't. I'm not looking for a lengthy explanation, but
no,
that
just
helps.
real quickly, they can be used, they're going to be used for the traffic details that are borough projects, right? So we'll save money there.
Yeah.
And they'll be used as traffic officers, but by statute, they cannot be used to replace a full-time officer for overtime.
So we can't do anything about that. Okay, thank you, Chief.
Right.
Okay, Councilwoman Kaufman, are you satisfied?
I am, and my next question is line 015, outside duty. Why was that 0 last year?
That's the line that we use for covering any road projects that were not funded through capital. We didn't run into that issue last year. You can see in previous years, it's plus or minus. That's a buffer for us for when we're doing a road improvement project. Anything that's a borough outside duty project. So it's usually just the borough road improvements where the vendors are not paying for the outside duty, where the borough is paying for it. And that helps to cover any expenses that would go over something that we budgeted as part of our capital. You saw that on our capital sheet as the outside duty cost. It had its own column. Sometimes the road work takes longer than we anticipated, and the officers are out there for more days or more weeks. And this is always our buffer. And in last year specifically, you see that this buffer allowed us to not have to make transfers into the account for the increased overtime cost as well.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, we're on to the next page, group 240, items 33 through 127. Okay, the next page, group 240, items 165 through 174.
Question, Chief, on 240, 172.
Yes.
It's going from 35,000 to 7,000.
Right. We brought on several new officers last year. We brought on 3 regular officers and the 2 class 2s. And now, knock on wood, I'm hoping, I'm budgeting for the expectation we may have to bring on one more, we may need 1 officer next year due to retirement or I'm just being careful with that. But yeah, we were able to cut that all the way back down.
Thank you, Chief.
Great. Thanks, Chief.
Anybody else? Okay, next page. Again, we can go back if we have to. Group 240, 175 to 185.
I just had a quick question on line 178. Chief, is that 7,500 fine? Because you spent 94.48 last year.
I think that'll be fine. Again, that's as Jason explained, we probably dipped into that for things that we needed to, and the line went into a negative. But it may have been for something else in the overall line that caused that. And this also goes to what we're saying about having the new cars. The equipment that we put in them and stuff is we're going to have less equipment in those traffic cars. We're going to basically have a charger for the radio. So it's not going to have the computers and other things that we have to maintain. So I'm hoping that, we should be okay at 7,500.
And ditto for line 182, the 4,000 is enough for that one? US Traffic Other General Group?
Yes, and I think, again, what we did is we caught up on some things and that line went into a negative, but we took it from another line, you know, an overall line. I think I think we did it. Maybe Chris would be able to look at that exactly, but
Okay,
that's what happens sometimes with these lines at the end of the year.
great, thank you.
This is the same thing that Jason mentioned during the DPW. It's, you know, you have a control account, so you're able to move money within the sub counts. If there's, you know, pluses and minuses, as long as that total control number doesn't go over, you're in good shape.
Okay, we're now on next page, group 240, items 186 through 200. Questions, comments, concerns?
Yes, Chief, can you just for the public's edification, 240, 200,
Sure.
the
So
wellness
this-
program?
Yes, this is a new line. You know what? We're dealing with and really across the board in society, right, with mental health is addressing the needs of everyone, including your employees. And something that you know, several departments have started and I see the need to here is to make sure that we're addressing the wellness of our officers, and this covers our officers, dispatchers, and civilians. What this is going to provide for is for all of my employees to sit with a therapist once a year for, you know, whatever the session is, and whatever they may want to talk about, they can talk about. If anything goes further than one session, then it would kick into their insurance. But it takes away the stigma of, you know, a couple of officers that may be going to see a therapist about whatever the topics may be. As you know, without getting into lengthy explanations, we see a lot of horrible things. We deal with horrible things, and we have, unfortunately, we had an officer that took his life a few years ago. That weighs heavily on us, and especially on me, to make sure that we're doing the best that we can to take care of our officers. So I looked into this, and I have had other chiefs call me who have been, unfortunately, it's not a nice group to be in, but who have had officers take their lives, and this is an approach that we believe can make a big difference with you know, mental health overall with the employees.
Thanks, Chief.
I just want to say, Chief, outstanding that you're putting this in. This is the right thing to do.
Thank you.
Well done. Money well spent. The next item is 205. It's on the next page. It says P card. I'm just going to then move to the page after that. Group 250, 20 through 145.
I just had a quick question on 144 on the bottom of this page.
144. Okay, let's go to that one.
Why was it 0 last year, the cost for the reverse 911 service, and also for the 911?
So that has to, we use that line when we pay to do the reverse 911 calls, everything that has to do with that. And we may not have had to tap into it last year for those calls. But again, what you're seeing in the years past, most likely what happens is, again, I take that line and I can use it for something else. And if we were in the need for something that allows it to be used that way, then we would use that money. So last year, overall in that line, you know, that category, we didn't have to, I'm going to say, tap into that to use it for something else. And the 911 calls were, you know, I don't know that we had any last year, reverse 911.
Okay, so you're requesting we leave those there as cushion.
Yeah, because if we just hit a year where we get more storms, or we have to notify the public and we do reverse 911s, then that on average has been the amount that we would look to use.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we're pretty much done with the police department budget, unless anybody wants to ask a question. Chief, thank you for being here. You're welcome to stay. Without objection, we would move to the next item on our agenda, which I believe is the library. Yes, it is.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank
All
you.
right, thank you. All right, so everybody, let's go to the library tab, which is just before the municipal court tab. It is 390 public library. So we're going to allow the library just to make a quick introduction to themselves. If they can keep it brief, then we'll go through the pages and then we can discuss any items as we go through them. Dara, will you or Maxine, you and Maxine both can just introduce yourselves as the president and as the director.
I'm the library director, Dara O'Connor.
All right, my name is Maxine Rumsby. I'm the board president, and we also have two of our trustees with us. We have Lucy DeMarlo and Juliette Fort. Julie Rabinowitz was also here, but we didn't realize how long the meeting would take, and she unfortunately had to leave. But we are here to support the library and look forward to speaking with you.
Great.
Mr. Mayor, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can hear you very, very well. You're coming through 10 by 10.
Okay, so the Board of Trustees asked me to read a statement ahead of this discussion.
Sure, go ahead.
By just 1 minute. Okay, last Thursday at a meeting attended by Borough CFO and Administrator, the Library Director, me, and Library Board President, we learned that the library had overspent in its salary line in 2023 to the tune of 25K. The board feels blindsided by this news, as there was no indication during 2023 that we were spending more than we should have been spending. Some context is needed here. In 2022, we had significant overage in our salary line, approximately 23,000. This was due to the retirement of 3 full-time employees with their replacements starting on lower salaries. Although also our adult services librarian position remained vacant for much of the year due to lack of interest in the labour market. As we emerged from the pandemic and our construction programme, the demand for longer hours of operation and more programmes increased, and the Library Board felt it was important to be responsive to the community's needs by offering more service. It was then decided that we needed to fill all vacant part-time positions and increase the hours of operation from 50 to 58 per week. The Library Director, that's me, began a conversation with the Borough about our plans to improve hours and add programmes in early 22. He mentioned during the year that the library would have unspent funds in the salary line at the end of the year, and this was confirmed during the year. Towards the end of 2022, the board also discussed salary adjustments in order to offer the staff competitive rates. The board was told that Mayor and Council would approve any salary changes so long as the board stayed within the 2022 budget. This week, the board learned that the unspent salary funds from 2022 were not carried over to 2023, contrary to our understanding. It is imperative that the Library Board offer competitive rates of pay in order to retain and attract talented staff. The staff is the most important asset the library has, and in a very tight labour market, the board needs to be proactive in this area. In 2023, while many area libraries struggled to remain open on evenings and weekends, the River Edge Public Library offered 58 hours per week, staying open till 9 p.m. on Monday through Thursday and all day Saturday. During the Thursday meeting this week, we were informed that the 25K salary overage would be deducted from our line for our operating expenses going forward, and that our budget for operating expenses would also be cut an additional 15,000. We are looking at an effective cut of 40,000, therefore, to our operating budget. Since the library does a lot with very little, 40K would result in very significant cuts to service. The director, that's me, has not had time to draft a plan, but has assured the board that cuts to service will include shorter hours of operation, a reduction of programming, and possibly cancellation of services provided to the community. Our newly approved strategic plan, which you've been provided with, indicates a strong community interest in adding more hours of services, not fewer. Another word on library funding, and we're almost done. The Mayor and Council have often been justifiably proud of the fact that they fund the library at more than the bare minimum level required by law. Very few libraries can provide decent library service on bare minimum funding in the board's view. We hope that the Mayor and Council will restore our budget for salary and wages, as well as increase our operating budgets so that we can give the community what it needs. Basically, that's it, folks.
Okay, so let's deal with a couple of those issues. Mr. Baglieri and Ms. Portella, we have historically given more than the statutory amount, correct? As they've said.
That's correct.
How much more have we given them approximately?
On average, over the last 4 years, it's been about $190,000 more than the minimum requirement.
Okay. Second, to my knowledge, no budget has ever been allowed, no one has ever been able to say, well, we didn't spend this money this year, so we get it next year. So the police department can't say, well, we didn't spend this money this year, so we get it next year. It doesn't roll forward.
We understood that at the
No,
time.
no, Maxine.
I'm sorry.
Please don't make us, let's deal with this in a very professional manner. Let's first deal with statements. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's
that's
correct.
That is correct.
So, and to verify another statement the library said, just to confirm it, we are under the statute. We don't have any control who they hire, who they don't. We don't have any control on what they buy and what they don't buy. But we provide about $190,000 over the minimum amount, and it's their obligation to spend within the budget. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So I understand with the libraries. I love the library. I think they do a phenomenal job, and I often praise the River Edge Library as the best. So there is, and I think most of the council feels that way. There is no animosity, to my knowledge, between myself or any member of council and the library at all. In fact, we go out of our way to praise it and support it. But we are now dealing simply with the budget question. And the budget question is, did they go over their budget without approval of the mayor and council? And the answer to that is yes. So now the council has to decide whether they wish to and there is also a question of salary increases. And I believe that the library has considered a salary increase for this year, which is their option. We don't have any control of that, but we have to consider what we want to budget. And I believe we've budgeted a 2% salary increase, which is what we're essentially considering for all our non-contractual employees. Is that correct?
Yes.
So, and we also cover all the increases to health benefits, which I believe health benefits have gone up somewhere around 20 or 30%. How much has that gone up?
It was
This year it's increasing about 8%. The 20 to 30% happened last year. Yeah.
So we have an 8% increase on that. Okay. So we're doing a 2% salary increase. We're doing an 8% health benefits increase. And they may use that in any way they see fit, but that, because we don't have any authority over them striking their budget. We only have authority over what we allocate to them. Is that correct?
You only have the authority want to allocate above and beyond the minimum requirement. You have to provide the minimum requirement.
Okay. So, so is it correct that the current budget has last year's amount plus 2% for salary plus 8% for healthcare?
not on this page, but there's a separate spreadsheet that Chris did, which I think everybody has.
But we're talking about their budget overall, right?
So the proposal was 2% salary increase minus the 26,000 that was overspent last year, which takes us to $489,613 for salaries. And then $144,460 for O&E.
Okay. And is the document that we have in keeping with that?
Not this page in front of us. Again, it's
But overall,
so we, I think we would need to change the control total from 552 to 489.6.
okay.
And
where is-
it would actually be 490. There's a typo on one of the numbers there, but yes, it's the same thing you said, except the number would be different, 490.
Okay, and that's currently what we're reflecting, right?
Currently, we're reflecting what you have on your screen right now. So the tax impact that I was referring to before includes 552,100 for total salary and wages, as compared to the 496,1368, which would represent a 2% increase minus the 25,000 overage.
Okay, so the council has to decide whether they wish to either do the 525, 400, or the 490. Give me the whole number, Chris. 490.
Be 496,1368.
613.68. Okay. So so we should start with that understanding. Now, Maxine, Dara, that is where we're at. Do you want to respond to any of that or reflect to that as the council decides what it's going to do in regards to the budget?
Yes. So we understood that usually you are not allowed to bring any money forward. If you don't spend money in your salary and wage line item, it does not move forward. We did understand that at the time, and that's why we did reach out to Lizette last year. I would believe it was November of 2022, and she went to the mayor and council on our behalf, and we were told that we could make increases if we stayed within the 2022 budget. And that's what we did. We stayed within the 2022 budget, but when the 2023 budget was made, the money was not carried over. And
Well, the
because
money
we
doesn't
had
get carried-
actually,
Well, let me stop you there. Lizette, did you at any time inform the library that they could carry over money or funds?
What I had explained was a request was made for an above and beyond cost of living increase. And there was a request for the personnel committee. In turn, I had advised that we do not dictate what individual employees receive. They could give the increases they see fit as long as they stay within their allocated budget amount.
And if I
Not
remember,
carrying anything over.
yeah, if I remember, that I was on the personnel committee and that was directly related to Dara's salary.
Correct.
And I remember the personnel committee saying, you know, they can increase Dara's salary to whatever they like. They just have to stay within the budget. And that's,
Plus seven part-time employees.
well, whatever you guys want to do, you can do, because we don't have any authority over that. We don't, you want to give someone a raise, you don't want to give someone a raise, you want to hire and fire them. We have no authority of that. And we went to council to confirm that that was correct, and council did confirm that. Lizette, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So the carryover part, I understand that it was a miscommunication, or not a miscommunication, misunderstanding. But that carryover doesn't occur. That's not the way budgets work. So I understand your argument for that, but that's not a valid argument. Do you have anything else you would like to discuss simply from a budgetary point of view?
yes, similar to the police department, we're also trying to stay competitive with our salaries. I believe police chief spoke about the crossing guards, but for us, it's our library assistants. And the state library puts out a document saying the suggested minimum salaries for different positions in the library. And currently, our staff is being paid below that amount. And in order to stay competitive, we have to compete with other libraries around. And so we do not want our staff who we've trained and who we are comfortable having here with our patrons to go and jump to another library, because they're going to be paid more right next door. So we actually had two of our staff members last year come to our Board of Trustees meeting and asked, were they going to be getting any raises? Because apparently some of our staff members make the same amount as a stock boy at Stu Leonard's. And they were very unhappy about this. And we explained that we are constrained by our budget, but that we do look at the New Jersey Library recommendations of what we should pay and that we would try to give them a small raise. That's what we did last year. We were hoping to do that again because even after the small raise we gave last year, we are paying less than what the minimum starting salary is in the library world to people who have been here for several years. So that's where we stand. We want to keep our staff.
Okay. So the council should consider that argument. The council should be also aware that the number of people employed is under your control. A reduction in number of people employed would give you open up ability for raises, but that's certainly not something that we like to do.
Right. Well, a reduction of employees means that we would have to cut hours open to the public.
Exactly right. And that's something the council should consider too. So what we're at right now is we're discussing a budget of $525,400, which you can choose to put into salaries or anything else, with health benefits at 8% increase and salaries at a 2% increase. Chris, is that correct?
The total number that's in the current budget draft is 552,000. The total number that would consider the 2% minus the 25,000 would be 490,613. And that's not just on the salary and wage side. The operating side is the next section below the salary and wages.
Okay.
I would recommend that we need to stay at the 490 because it's just unacceptable to send a message to the town that it's okay to exceed your budget.
Okay.
I understand that statement. However, we were not aware that we were going over budget.
But you're supposed to keep track of that. That's your job. I don't.
Okay.
That is actually your responsibility, Maxine.
I know our director puts the hours into your payroll system, but he doesn't have a dollar amount that comes back to him that says where we are in the budget every month. And we were not aware at all that we were even $1 over budget until we met with Lisette and Chris on Thursday.
But
I'm sure that we began to go over budget months ago, but we were completely unaware until Thursday.
Maxine, it's not the responsibility of the CFO.
Obviously would have made adjustments
not the
going
responsibility
forward
of the
so
Maxine.
that we would not have been so far in the hole. If we had known the moment we went over budget, then we would have made adjustments for the remainder of the year.
And the council may choose not to penalize you. I have to agree with Councilwoman Kaufman. It's not acceptable that you went over, and I think your argument that you didn't know is not a valid argument because it is your responsibility because you set the budget. It doesn't come before us to approve a budget or to monitor a budget. It comes to us, we grant you under state law a certain amount that we have no control over once we grant it. And it's up to you and Dara to do that. And if you feel that you can't possibly do that effectively, you can certainly request an update from this CFO or the BA, but it's not their job. And it's wrong to put on them that responsibility. It's simply not their job to monitor your budget. Since
I
you
understand. So I guess going forward, we're going to be making it a practice to request that number every month because
that would be fine. We could do that easily.
We don't want to wind up in this position again. We did not intend to wind up in this position this year.
Okay. All right. So at this point, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the finance chair, Councilwoman Kaufman. We're on page, we're on the page that has 4-01-29-390-001 through 100. What is it that you're recommending to the council?
So I would make a motion that we put the salaries for this year, the salary line at $490,613.68.
Where is that? What page is that? What item is that?
It's the control total. So
The control total is currently at 552,100, and you're recommending that we reduce it to 490,613.68. Okay, what we need to do is have a motion and second, and then we can debate it, unless the council wants to just weigh in with comments. All right, so let's see. Are you making that as a motion?
yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's now open for debate. Councilman Glass.
Yes, Mayor, just a data point, the 490, how does that compare to the statutory minimum?
Okay, Chris, that would be you.
So the statutory minimum doesn't dictate where the funds are allocated
Okay.
on the library side. And since salary and wages is only a portion of the amount that we're contributing, I can tell you that the total minimum requirement for 2024 is $770,650.91. So we do have to make up the difference between the 552, 100 in all of the other lines that we provide.
So Chris, does this make sense? I'm just trying to get a comparison like data points. So if we agree to allocate the 490 to salary and wages, where would that get us to, based on assuming everything else is going to be approved as requested? Where would that get us in comparison to the statutory minimum? Is that something?
Yeah, so so the next line item, the only other line item that would potentially change is the other general group, which is at the bottom of the page on the screen. The request is 153,610. The budget from last year was was 138,610. So there was a $15,000 increase requested there. If that gets awarded, then the total would be 881. So we would be 110,900 over the minimum required amount. And if that does not get approved, then we would be 95,900 over the minimum required amount.
Yeah, that answers my question. Perfect. Thank you.
Any other member of council or Citizen Budget Committee? So the Citizen Budget Committee members can weigh in also. Okay, hearing none, we've had a motion and a second. All in favor of reducing the control total from 552,100 to $490,613.68. Chris, is that the correct amount?
Or 96,1368. If we'd like to round off the pennies, it might make it cleaner on the budget document. We could just make it 496,14.
Okay, so we have to amend the motion. Without objection, is the motion amended to 496,614? Hearing no objection, it is so moved. We are now on the main motion as amended. All in favor of the main motion as amended?
Aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, there is also the 153,610, which has gone up from the 138,610. If there is, and there is also maintenance HVAC and such. Is there any questions or comments about that?
I would recommend we reduce that slightly to
Which one?
the other general line.
So 390-100
Yes,
to what?
to 145,000.
Okay,
What is that line for?
what is that line for?
Operating expenses, everything, books, computers, equipment, everything we need to function, to operate during the year. You get a printout, you get a financial statement from us every month that breaks that out.
So you recommended
Michelle-
145, Michelle, is that what you're saying?
Yes.
And that
That's
would
you,
reduce the
yeah.
control line the same amount. Do we want to discuss that before it's considered as a motion and second and we enter into debate? Seeing none, could I have a motion and second with, please read in the line?
So moved.
Second.
Actually, yeah, so just to make sure, this is correct, 4-01-29-390-100, change from 153,610 to 145,000. It's been moved and seconded, is now open for debate.
Oh,
Go ahead.
Chris, on the spreadsheet you gave us, was the HVAC in that 144 number?
The HVAC is included in the 144, yes.
Oh, so I think I need to amend my motion then.
There is a motion to
Sorry.
amend. What is the amendment?
I apologize.
And what, are we still, we're on line group 390-100, correct?
Yes.
And you were amending, the original motion was to change from 153,610 to 145,000.
I apologize. I didn't realize the HVAC was in that. I would like to keep that flat at the 138,610.
Okay, so we have a motion to amend, which can rise or fail. If it fails, then it stays at 145. If it is approved, then it changes to 138,610. We have a motion to amend. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, now it's open for debate, discussion, inquiry. Ken, do you have, I think you unmuted your mic, so I'm wondering if you're looking to say something.
No, my apologies. I hit the button by accident. Sorry.
All right, is there any member of council who would like to debate the amendment?
So
Hearing-
I just want one question. I am
Yeah, absolutely.
confused. So is the HVAC on its own line, or is a suggestion to keep it flat because the HVAC is? I have it on the next page.
Yes, it is on its own line. And I guess I should add into the motion that we leave that as is at the 5850.
Okay, well, you don't need to do that yet. We're simply, but it is part of the debate. So, okay. So your original amount of 145, you're saying as justification was because you thought the HVAC was there.
Yes.
But now
correct.
it's not. You're recommending that we keep this flat.
Yes. And Mr. Melito has a comment, I think.
Mr. Melito, yes.
Is this the 5800 that is the HVAC maintenance line?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the line I use. That has to stay in there.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That I use that to fix anything at the library, replace something quick so we can get in and out.
Okay. Councilwoman Mallory.
So I'm confused, Michelle. How does that line affect the other line, the general group?
It doesn't. I was just looking at the spreadsheet Chris had done, which I think you received, showing the total proposed budget for the library.
So why would you reduce it to 138 to the original, the last year one?
Because on the spreadsheet, it was including the HVAC, a separate spreadsheet.
Hasn't that been past practice?
To clarify, the spreadsheet number, the 144 was a combination of the other general group and that maintenance line. That maintenance line is for DPW to use to address any issues at the library. And the other general group is what is provided to the library for their expenditures that Dara had mentioned of like books, computer equipment, movies, video games, etc.
Okay, are there any further questions? So we are at the amendment. The amendment is to adjust line 4-01-29-390-100 from the original 153,610 to 138,610. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstention? Okay, now we're back to the main motion. The main motion is to alter to 138,610. Is there debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed, any abstention? All right. Is there any other item that the council wishes to consider in regards to this budget? Okay. Our next item on the agenda, thank you, board, for coming. I know it didn't go your way, but please know that we do believe in you, and we have budgeted almost $100,000 over. It's just a very difficult budget year.
I understand that. And I also understand Councilwoman Kaufman's position, where she does need to set an example for other departments that we can't just run rampant with our budget and go over. But I would like the council to recognize that we're going to be now meeting to discuss cuts to service to the public, and the public will be directly affected. But we do thank you for your time, and we do realize that you do give the library more than the minimum, and we do appreciate that. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
All right, agenda item, I believe next, hold on, I gotta pull it up. Is old business Shade Tree. So we're looking at Shade Tree's operating budget. I do not believe they're still here, but let's go back to Shade Tree's operating budget. We have to make, we have to vote on certain changes. This book, hold on. Is it just me or? Oh, there it is. It's almost at the very end. Actually, it is at the end. Okay, let me fix my book. Okay. So we had to make some changes so that their budget reflected correctly. Chris, can you bring up their budget, please? Oh, it might already be up. I have the screen expanded. Yes, okay. So, Budget President Kaufman, Councilwoman Kaufman, what do we need to do to correct this budget, if anything?
Lisette, did we have all the changes made in a different document that we were gonna add here? Do you know what those are offhand?
It was the changes that were discussed on Monday, which was to put the 5,000 for the person to water the trees into salary and wages, because they had initially included that in their capital request, and removing the 40,000 from operating for the tree planting. That was drafted, sent to both Liz and Jen for review to make sure it accurately reflected what was discussed on Monday, and they confirmed that it did.
Okay, so I would make a motion then to
Hold
add.
on, I think we already made a motion for the tree planting. I think we already corrected that, correct?
Yes,
Correct, when discussing capital.
Watering.
Okay, go ahead, Michelle.
I would make a motion to add $5,000 to line 302-012 to cover watering of the trees for Shade Tree.
Okay, so right now it's budgeted for nothing, and you're making a motion to, could I have a second?
Second.
Okay, there is open for debate. Is there debate?
Quick question, Mayor, and Michelle, wasn't that added to Jason's budget for the tree watering?
No, it wasn't added to Jason budget. It's just that Jason, though, does the solicitation, the hiring, and the oversight of this employee for accounting purposes. It's a function associated with Shade Tree, so the funding has to be in the Shade Tree account.
Got it. Sorry, my mistake. Thank you, Lizette.
Also, does this need to be amended as a motion? Because if I remember correctly, on Monday, we left 5,000 in tree planting, but we really should have, or did we leave 0? Because that 5K was for the watering, I thought.
Yeah, it was left in tree planting, but that line needs to be zeroed out and that 5,000 moved into the salary and wage line.
Michelle, will you move to amend to include that the tree planting will be zeroed out?
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, on the amendment to add zeroing out to tree planting, reduce the 5,000 to 0,000, is there debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye to the amendment.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay, now we are back to the main motion as amended, which is to increase part-time to 5,000 and to decrease the tree planting from 5,000 to 0. Is there a debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, any abstentions? Okay. There is another page, which is 401-26-32, 169, and 170. Are we good with those numbers? All right. In that case, then we go to the health department. We're done with that. We go to the health department. This book. I can't find it. Where's the health department, guys?
It's close, it's in the middle, kind of 2/3 through.
Oh, here it is. Yes, thank you. Okay, groups 330 and groups 340. We are currently at 4-01-27, 330-11 through 330-28. Any member of council wish to make some sort of change to this?
It's linked to the agenda. All the questions that were posed to the library were responded to.
Oh, okay, so do we need, let's go to health department, then we go back to the library. Is there anything in this budget that I have a question about or recommend a change to?
I have a question, Mayor.
Sure.
On line 330-176.
Okay,
There's
that's
3,000. Yeah, it's 3,000 every year. I didn't even know what that is. Housing?
Yes, the health department, Adrian confirmed, we do receive a grant from the state for housing inspection. But that line, and this is to administrators ago, Mr. Negrian, would have this 3,000 amount in case our costs exceed the grant. We still have to comply with the state requirements, even if the grant doesn't fully fund it. So that's just an amount that has been a historical placeholder.
Thank you.
Good. Anything else?
Yes, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Line 330093. Listen, you put here. That's for the medical supplies. Listen, you put here can be reduced since the Arlene is a nurse, or who is it? No longer.
Yes, Arlene's the borough nurse. Yes, we no longer have a flu clinic. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so since our borough nurse doesn't run a flu clinic any longer, that amount can be reduced. I don't know if the governing body wants to completely zero it out or just leave a certain amount in there as a placeholder. But that's for you to decide.
I mean, it's been zero for the last 4 years. Nothing has been used, so maybe as a placeholder $500, but
oh, 200, 100 maybe.
It goes. I would think to zero it out, but I was just thinking 100.
It out too. Is there, Chris or Lizette, is there any downside to zeroing it out?
I mean, I think we should leave something.
Why do we not do a flu clinic anymore? Is that because you can go to the pharmacy?
Well, let's first let Chris and Lizette answer the question. Is there any downside to zeroing it out? No.
Yeah, my only concern is if you cut lines too much, and our budgets are always lean to begin with, whatever doesn't get used rolls over to the reserve year, and then what's left over generates our surplus. So
Yeah.
the budget is not a year-to-year document. You have to look at it, every 2-year cycle.
And then let me ask this question. Chris, we were at 4.71 when we began this discussion. Where are we now?
We have now reduced another 21,668 for a total of 90,367. We are at 4.57% or $206.88 on the average test resident.
Okay, so, and that would include leaving the 2,350. I don't think we should personally, council can decide what council wants to do, but I think the 2,350 is too much money leaving there. Lizette is recommending we leave some. Lizette, what are you recommending that we leave?
Leaving no less than 500. So you're reducing it by 1,850.
Okay, now in order is Councilman Benson. He had a question. Go ahead, Councilman Benson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wondering what the flu clinic is. Is that like shots at the library or something? Why would we not be doing that?
That ceased before my time with the borough. It could just be, the fact people are going either to their regular doctor or to the pharmacies. Even like 2020 was COVID, but the year before only 225 was spent. So it could have been that the need also dropped. I don't have that information since it was before me.
All right, thank you. It makes sense what you said, so thank you.
Anybody else? All right, Councilman Mallory, how about you make a motion to reduce 4-01-2733093 to any amount, the recommended amount. Hold on, Mr. Bagletary.
Well, this was more in relation to this entire portion of the budget, the Public Health Services OE, because I have notes from our last meeting on March 18th. Now, I don't know, I don't recall rather if they were approved by vote, but I did have a note to reduce line 36 by $100 and line 176 by $2,500. I know we just talked about line 176, but I just want to make sure whether I should put back what was requested for those or whether those will both actually be reduced.
Okay, so line 36 by 100 to 700, I have that in his notes. What was the other one?
Line 176 was 3,000 and we had reduced it to 500, but I think that was before we had the explanation of what it was for.
So, and I think that explanation is requiring us to keep it, correct?
I understand. I just wanted to make sure that we all have the same notes here for it went down to 500, but now it's back up to 3,000. I just didn't know if that was voted on or not voted on, or when we're creating a motion.
The number you gave us 4.57. Did that include zeroing out 176 or not?
It included dropping it down to 500, not to zero it out.
To drop 176 to 500. All right.
Yeah, we do need to move that back.
All the way back up to 3,000 in its entirety?
Yes.
Okay. And Claudiana, what do you want to do with medical supplies? I personally would.
Yeah, reduce it to 500. Lisette said minimum, not less than 500, so.
All right. Could I have a motion, Claudiana, please, after I finish reading it, would you move this motion? To move line 4-01-27-330-036 from 800 to 700, which is office supplies. Take line 4-01-27-330- 093 from $2,350 to $500, which is medical supplies. To move line 4-01-27-330-176 from 500 back to 3,000, which is borough share of something housing, state housing.
So moved.
And can I have a second?
Second.
Second.
Lizette and Chris, just double check. Are we good with that, with the way I cited that? Good?
On my end.
Okay.
Good with me.
Is there debate? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, is there any other item for the health department? Do we need to go back to any other group, any other department? Okay, so Chris, Lizette, should we make a motion and second to move forward with, tentatively move forward with the draft budget as amended?
I believe so.
All right. So to make it clear to the public, to the Citizen Budget Committee, and to the council, what I'm going to do is ask for a motion and second to move forward with the draft budget based with amendments so approved. Okay. Is there a question? Councilwoman Kaufman, as the budget chair, would you please move this, and one member of the Budget Committee please second?
So moved?
Second.
Oh, I love the fact that both of you did it. That's great. Is there debate? It is debatable. All in favor? No, I'm sorry. Anne, roll call, please.
Councilwoman Kaufman,
Yes.
Council President Montesano Cohen,
Yes.
Councilwoman Kinsella,
Yes.
Councilwoman Mallory,
Yes.
Councilman Benson,
Yes.
Councilman Glass.
Yes.
Okay, so I can't pull up my agenda for some reason right now. What's next on the agenda? Somebody help me out here.
Adjournment.
I would
Okay.
just like to thank our Chief Financial Officer, Chris Battaglia, our Borough Administrator, Lisette Apertella, our Borough Clerk, Ann Dodd, our Finance Committee, Councilwoman Kinsella and Councilman Glass, and the whole council, Council President Montesano Cohen, Councilman Benson, Councilman Glass, Mayor Papaleo, all of our department heads, for being understanding and helping us do this work in a very difficult year where over half of the initial budget increase was, unadjustable items that we have to spend for. And thank you, everybody.
Did you mention the Citizen Budget Committee too?
Oh, sorry. No, I did not. And also, of course, Donna Sanders, Ken Krautheim, Al Ruhlman, thank you so much for being here.
Donna, Al, Ken, do you have anything you want to say? You're free to if you want to. You don't have to if you don't want to.
I'll jump in, Mayor. I appreciate you guys' efforts as always, and been on this thing a long time.
Ken, I'm going to stop you for a second.
Yep.
Chris, can you stop presenting? And Ken, if you're possible, turn on your camera. Great. If you can't.
My fault.
Go ahead, Ken.
Hold on. Let me get that camera on. There we go. Still in a dark shadow. Try to hide. No, I'm only kidding. No, I appreciate you guys and all the effort you went through. Obviously, listen, Chris I got to say kudos to Chris again. He's been a wealth of nothing wrong with Alan back in the old days, but Chris is modern and really has brought this to a new level to get to this budget situation. Once again, I'm going to advocate, you send this letter out, right? Showing where our budget is, the piece of pie. You got to send it again. You got to talk about the big increase stuff. Make sure people are aware that, we're down to quality of life decisions is really what we talk about in some of these efforts. I think that it has to be highlighted so that I can not be accosted at a dinner party talking about garbage pickup and all the other stuff. So, but again, thanks to all you guys for doing this and appreciate your efforts. And we try to keep it to the lowest we can do it every year, but you know, it is what it is sometimes. So thanks again, Mayor. Appreciate the time.
Thanks, Ken. Thank you for your time and your effort and for those comments. I appreciate it. Al, do you want to say anything? If you do, and you can turn on your camera, great. If you can't, that's fine. While Al's doing that, I'm going to just say Donna texted me earlier today that she was on duty and that she may be required to leave. So she just didn't drop off. She's an EMT and she's been called out. Okay. Al. No. Al's having a little trouble there. Can we unmute Al in the attendance? Maybe Al can speak if we do that.
I think he's unmuted now.
Good. Go ahead, Al.
Al, do you want to try to?
Try to unmute him in the participants, in the attendees. Maybe that might work.
I don't know if you want to put it in the chat box, maybe.
Al, I'm sorry.
Do you want to try to talk?
Al, try to sign off and sign back on, Al.
Oh boy.
No, you're still muted.
I guess.
Al, I'm sorry, you're still muted. We really appreciate everything you did. And we're sorry we can't get you in. Chris, before we leave, well, I think it was 4.57, okay? So $206. All right. Thank you all. Really appreciate it. I want to say thank you to all the people Councilwoman Kaufman said, but especially to Councilwoman Kaufman for heading this with Chris and Lizette and all of our department heads, as well as with Dave and Lisa, who I believe are on the Finance Committee, and everybody, Ken and Donna and Al. Wonderful, wonderful job. I wish to God we could have gone lower, but it just wasn't possible. And I think Ken's words are important words. We need to talk about this to our friends and neighbors and explain to them what we faced, and that we started off at a better place than most of the municipalities around us because of our conservative and conscientious work over the years. And we want to thank everybody for that. All right, could I have a motion and second to adjourn?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Well done, everybody. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Bye.
everyone.